we would like to get started. So if everybody from the back would come in. We've got a very, very busy and full day, so we want to make sure that we stay on schedule because we have a lot of really valuable information for you. So on behalf of Entrepreneurial Initiatives, I would like to welcome you to the event. We have really been excited in planning this. And this comes to you as part of a grant that we received from the Department of Commerce through our MBDA Business Center, our Minority Business Development Center. And this is part of a disaster recovery grant. So this is the last event that we are sponsoring. We started way back last fall, and this is coming to you at the very end. In your packets, each of you has a disaster preparedness guide. So I really want to draw your attention to this because it really has a lot of valuable information. We also have this translated into Spanish and Vietnamese. So if you have folks that need a copy in a different language, let us know and we'll be sure to provide it for you. And we also have a financial guide for you, all designed for disaster recovery. So this was part of the deliverables of this grant. So I would also like to thank the staff that put this event together. They have really been working energetically to get the word out, to identify the speakers. So if I could have them come to the front of the room. Gabriella, where are you? And Reva Verma, you would all come to the front. Let's give them all a big round of applause. Thank you, Gabriella. Thank you, Reva. They have done just an incredible job in putting this event together. So thank you so much. So it's my great pleasure to introduce to you our first speaker, which is Umesh Verma, who has also been a mastermind behind it and is part of the Greater Houston Partnership cybersecurity team. So thank you so much. Appreciate all you've done.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you very, very much. And very, very proud to be here. Thank you for inviting me to help with the whole effort today. And we're very proud of the partnership that Cyber Houston has with the Houston Community College System. Our partnership goes back probably about 15 years. Done a lot of work together where Bill Carter, the Vice Chancellor of IT at HCC, has been a founding member of the Cybersecurity Task Force of the Greater Houston Partnership, and now is a founding member of the Cyber Houston team. And you'll hear a lot more about Cyber Houston later in the day today. We've also had a lot of great dealings with Maya and the entrepreneurial initiatives area, as well as the CCI team. There are many students over here from the CCI program, and we've had the luxury of really helping and utilizing their interns over the years. Odetta, thank you very much. You're right there. And we've also worked very closely now with the MBDA program, and Mark Bragg and Gabby, thank you very much for all your support. Today we have a very full program, and the program is, if you look at the program, there's a lot of great content. And Cyber Houston is, there are many speakers here who are founding members of the Cyber Houston effort. You'll hear from them at various points during the day. All high-level world-class speakers. We have some of the region's best cybersecurity minds on the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council. And many of them are participating here today, and they're all on the program. So we will hear from them. We'll have a live demonstration, a hack. We will have a session on how to be resilient and thrive in an era of cyber attacks. You know, there's always opportunity in chaos, and the smart businesses prepare early. You'll be given some guidance on what small and mid-sized businesses can do so that they can prepare themselves to be better partners back to the enterprise, because there are things that are changing in our environment, and enterprises are being asked for a different level of cybersecurity resilience in vendor programs and supplier programs. So you'll be getting a heads up changes that are coming. Then we'll have a session on cyber investigations. This is from a law enforcement perspective, a very interesting perspective from the Office of Emergency Management, city, as well as from Harris County. Then you will be briefed on some cybersecurity initiatives that are going on at the state level and here in the region. And the Texas CIO Council and what that is all about, and what are some of the Senate and House bills in the legislature and what that impact is to us. So you'll get that. Then we'll move on to healthcare and physicians' offices and how important our health information exchange is and what's being done to protect that information, who has access to it. And then we, of course, want to round out with the what does all this mean for workforce development and jobs. And so we have a great panel with deans from area schools who will really talk about what their programs provide to the employers and how we can all benefit from their programs. And so we have a very, very full day. Now, many of you have probably heard about what happened about 2 weeks ago in Texas that made the news. The ransomware attack. 23 cities were affected and succumbed to the attacks. We yet don't know the whole extent of how widespread the attack was, but those are 23 that have been affected. And we still don't know who those cities are because there's a moratorium on speaking about it. However, I'm sure that today we will investigate and talk about some of what can be done and what some of the vectors of attack are and what businesses, especially small and mid-sized businesses, can be doing to become more resilient and more, just better able to withstand cyber attacks so that they can still be resilient, still be able to provide their products and services without being they can be affected but not impaired, and that's very important. So with that, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker today. Ed is Ed Melton. He is a Trailblazer Client of the Year for the Houston MBDA. And you're going to really enjoy this young man. He's in the construction industry, but he's also an expert in cybersecurity. That's an interesting, right, Jesse? With Heinz Development, you know all about that, right? And he embodies the Houston MBDA's description of a successful entrepreneur. 1, competence. 2, hustle. And 3, good manners. And when you have him up here, he's a perfect gentleman. You're going to see why he really embodies the great manners perspective and how that can all help and bring, when you want to make change, you've got to be very personable. He is a graduate of Grambling. He's a Marine. He has a master's from Northwestern. He's worked for PwC, and he has a whole bunch of acronyms beside his name. So I guess that tells you that he's a great test taker. He's a PMP, a CFE, a CISA. And then during a break, you might just ask him about his aspirations to be an amateur hand and foot model. So with that, please help me welcome Ed. The next hand and foot model cybersecurity expert, Ed Melton.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So thank you folks for having me. I want to say thanks to Dr. Maya. Thank you for having us. I want to say thank you to Mark Craig, who's been an outstanding mentor, coach, and guide, and I appreciate you everything you've done. Also, shout out to the staff. Gabby, couldn't do it without you. We appreciate you. I can't see you. Indeed, indeed. And before we start our journey, I want to take a moment of silence for all the Cowboys fans and the season. All right, we'll get started. All right, so resiliency. That's what this entire series has been about. How businesses can bounce back and how we help them. It's a serious matter. Most small businesses don't survive, well, 40% exactly, don't survive a disaster. And that's per FEMA. Major disaster comes, the business cannot bounce back. That's what happens there. Let's talk about Harvey for a second. A lot of our business is devastated by that natural disaster, but that's one part of resilience. I want to take it a step further and talk about something that's a little bit more reoccurring, as we say about the situation in Texas, and that's cyber. Right? So 50% of all cyber attacks are aimed at small business. After 6 months, doors shut. 6 months, they're out of business. That means loans aren't paid, people out of work. That type of resiliency is what we need to focus on today. Again, natural disasters we cannot control, but a lot of things around cyber we can control. Now, if you have a state actor against you, good luck. But again, a lot of things we can control. All right, so last month, and this is discover dates, 110 breaches. One of the largest found out in March, but we counted in July, so that was capital one. But 83% of those were non-government entities. So what happened in Texas, great, but we have a lot of business that need help. So we had a blip in Texas. We'll bounce back in Texas, make it happen. But 35% of those came to hacking. That's 105 million records, 58% unauthorized access, basic control, nothing technical. If somebody left the company, cut them off. If somebody's in the company, give them what they need. It's that simple when it comes down to protecting yourself. That can eliminate a lot of the problems we have today. All right. So, us, we're on the plate. People are trying to eat because we're trying to make a lot of money for our clients. And who in this room wants to make a lot of money for their clients? I hope a lot. All right. So, hackers, that's about 70% or so of the people that's coming at you. And that's a problem. You can get around a lot of that by security, different types of software packages, things you can use, things that can help you do things to not be intimidated by. A lot of people hear cybersecurity, they think math. They think about a long equation that's the size of a chalkboard. That's not always the case. It's nothing to be intimidated by. Because those folks out there that are fighting you, you don't have to worry about that. Because you have people in this room that can help you with those situations. Again, 25% of those situations are avoidable, totally, because they're your employees, especially ones that are not acting in your best interest. Again, you have to have good controls and make sure that those things are in place to make sure that nothing goes out the door. Hence, nobody takes a USB drive full of information. Nobody prints off all the information, takes out on a piece of paper. All that information can be avoided. And those are things you hire good people. The hiring process is one of your best controls to take. And again, I'm not talking about anything technical. Do the background check. Again, do the background check. Make sure that, hey, they aren't doing things they aren't supposed to do. So your basic controls. Now, partners. So partners, that's the big issue today. And that's what most of us are. That's about 5% of the attacks. But a lot of us do business with other businesses that have a lot more money than we do. So if you have a major client, guess what? They will not want to do business with you. You are a threat to them because they might have everything they have in place, but what you might do might damage them. So education can stop a lot of the problems, but your customers are going to want to do business that have their best interests at heart. All right? So pass through attack, being a partner, being a good partner. When people are coming at you, people are trying to hack your system. They're trying to get to the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. They don't take a long time to do it, but they will take their sweet time. Their job is to come in, disturb, figure out what you're doing, and get over to your client. If you have a multi-million-dollar client, let's talk about the Target example. Everybody familiar with the Target situation? The big Target hack? That was an HVAC guy. That all came through an HVAC guy, a vendor, a third-party vendor. And I don't know why Target had a system that was that open. But again, that's something to learn, not necessarily a big deal on them, something they thought they controlled. They thought maybe they did the risk assessment and thought that was relatively no problem. But hey, we all live and we learn, because if you haven't been hacked, you just don't know about it. That's kind of how things work. But that was an HVAC company. If you think about it, they got hacked. They probably lost their largest client, Target. They might not be in business today. Okay, so again, be a good partner. And again, if you have subcontractors, the people you provide service, that provide service, you can serve your customers and clients. You have to make sure that their policies and practices are in place as well, and make sure that they're managing accordingly. All right? And you got to be a good partner. I mean, for the folks that are married, trust me, you have to have a good partner, because I wouldn't have got here this morning on time had not been for my wife. So again, you have to have a good partner that can help dress you. They can also keep you cybersecure. All right? So know your numbers. Now, high blood pressure numbers, cholesterol numbers, your credit score, all those things are going to matter. But now, as you do those RFPs, and your company, the companies you're trying to join with, they're looking for you. They're going to say, hey, what's your cyber risk score? Companies like FICO, other companies are setting up where you can actually have a cyber risk score. And when that vendor says check that box or submit your latest cyber risk score, you need to know what that looks like. You need to have certain things in place to make sure that you are protecting their asset. Because again, they're not going to hire you if you don't pay your bills. They're not going to hire you if you don't pay your subcontractors. The financial institutions aren't going to give you a line of credit. Why would you let somebody in your business who's going to be a vulnerability to you? Especially if you're a publicly traded company. A lot of us want to do business, small businesses anyway, with large publicly traded companies. I was blessed with the opportunity to have one that's in the Fortune 100. And that's a blessing, and that's truly luck. But I have one. They can't afford to take a risk on somebody that will cause them a breach. Why would they do that? Are you going to give everybody the keys to your house? No. So you have to think about those things. Being a good partner, not being lazy with how you give people access to everything in your system, especially people in the tech world, and using offshore resources or nearshore resources. Have to be very careful when you pick folks up and know what they're doing. All right? All right. So, small businesses versus cyber game. You're up against a lot. And if anybody's Game of Thrones fans, I mean, I guess you'll get that. But they have full organized crime organizations that are out there to win. They're not out there to lose. They're out there to take as much as they can from you, because they have job descriptions. They have job descriptions. And they have performance appraisals. Yes. These are our goals. Somewhere in an office building, this organization has a Kanban board or a whiteboard with their goals on it and their targets. The same way you run your business, they run their business because it needs to be profitable. Okay, they have coding managers, network people, and again, they have a queen, of course. They got somebody running the show, has to make things work. But they also have suppliers, people that they can't afford to keep on full time to do specific technical work. For example, avoiding antivirus. Yes, you see McAfee, you see all the different web root, whatever it might be. Actually, I have people that can put a wrapper around the payload or the product or the package they're trying to deliver to you to keep it from being detected. That's an expensive resource. It's like somebody trying to hire a machine learning engineer full time. We all know those folks cost a lot of money, but they hire themselves out, and that's what they do. You have money people. Yes, you have the financiers. So they have to turn the asset they get from you into cash. So you have a money person on the hacking team. You also have a money person on the other side, and especially on the suppliers. If they don't trust each other, you have to give them escrow. Yes, you have to give them earnest money to make sure that, okay, if I'm going to do this hack for you, I need my money. I need a retainer. This is serious business. People take their hacks serious because it's personal to them. They're trying to feed their families. They're trying to take care of their loved ones, and I have no empathy toward them. But that's their motivation. It's a business model for them. All right? And they're focused. They're organized, they're focused, and they actually are funded. So they make a good amount of money. So make sure that you are a good partner in understanding that you need to get help. And that'll be a reoccurring theme. You need to get help. If you try to do this on your own, you will be vulnerable. If you're not a cyber expert, you run a small business, don't try to become one. Learn the basics. Know what you need to know. Learn how to be a good businessman. Learn how to be a businesswoman. To learn that you need to take your client's best interests at heart, right? So you have a 90-day defense plan for those folks who are in business for themselves or smaller business or even your clients. In 90 days, they can do these things. And I'm going to date myself a little bit. This is All Points Bulletin. Some of you younger folks might not remember Dragnet. I have older parents, so I had to watch those type of things. So you have to put an All Points Bulletin on what I call the Viper. All right? So you have to have your antivirus. You have to have a privacy policy, what that looks like, especially if you're handling sensitive information, healthcare data, credit data, anything about clients, anything that might have you exposed to the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, where you have to give credit monitoring to someone if you give their information away or release their information for a certain amount of time. You have to have a good backup. And a real quick aside on backups, the ransomware guys are getting savvier at backups and hacking those because they're starting to time slice where they're dropping their payloads. So depending on where you take your backup at, that backup might be compromised. So you have to be real careful about backups. Have a good partner. But again, backups won't always save you. All right? So we're going to get into the VPN part of it. That's a secure tunnel. Basically, you have a straw. You put the information through it. Nobody can get through to it. That's how your communication goes between two people. So it's a secure tunnel. Something relatively easy you can do. Insurance. 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 That can help you from going out of business. And if you do get hacked, know how to respond. You can't have a plan at the last minute. It's not going to work out well. So you have to know how to respond to the incident. And that's a well-documented plan. Some people might think about this DRP, disaster recovery plans. That's part of it, but you definitely have to get into your incident response plan for a particular breach. Because a lot of people, the first person they want to call is the client. Well, it depends. It really depends on who the first person you call. You need to get serious counsel to talk about how that works. All right? And then password management. ABC123, not gonna get it. Keeping the same password forever, not gonna get it done. You gotta make it a little bit more complex, and they have systems out there that can do that for you. All right? And encryption. If somebody does get your information, they can't get to it because it's encrypted. It's a brick for the most part. So those are the type of things you want to do, and you want to do a risk assessment. Now, all these things sound simple, but they're not. The ones you can do in about 30 days are identified. The one that's about 60 or so, you can do that. But then the ones that'll take you a longer time, you want to make sure you tag those because you have to start today, not 90 days from now. Get there. All right, so this is kind of a path to help you. Again, this is not going to be an end all be all. This is not it. There are a lot of things you have to do to have a good security program, but these are the basics. This can help you get a lot more sleep, and these can help you answer those hard questions in front of your customers. What are you doing to protect yourself? If you can tick off A, C, B, Viper, they will enjoy that quite a bit. I'm quite sure you'll be covered. All right? So now, ice cream processing. So here we go. So ice cream processing. How does that matter to cybersecurity? Well, I'm glad you asked. And before I get started, Bluebell or Haagen-Dazs? Bluebell? Okay. Huh? Indeed. But I was still a Bluebell fan anyway, as you can see. But I do. They took care of that. So the one thing we want to talk about now is mechanical destruction and product manipulation. Um, 15 years ago, I was working for an industrial automation control client in the Midwest, making everything to help put your cars together, any type of factory floor automation work you might have. And they were asking questions of, okay, how can our JCL or job control language get hacked? And I'm like, well, it's pretty insular. And then one of the cybersecurity experts from Germany who had written a book, like, no, let's talk about that a little further. Let's talk about industrial control. Let's talk about your SCADA system and how hackers can get to those today. Because if you look at the 4 points or the 4 diamonds, raw material mixing, they can destroy your raw materials, they can destroy the machine, depending on the hacking. The blending process, overblend, underblend, things can happen. And then also they can speed up. If you think about Stuxnet or what happened to the Iranians and how their reactors got destroyed, they sped up the system. Simple things they had to do to make sure that they destroyed those systems. Cold packaging, imagine running off the line, taking a factory offline for a day. I mean, all the IT professionals in here know they won't even let you take the systems down for 15 minutes, let alone stop the factory. So if you can disrupt the factory's approach, you've been a successful hacker from that perspective. But now let's talk about something a little bit more serious, near and dear to our hearts. So let's talk about temperature control. All right. So listeria can only survive at a certain heat. After that, it's gone. Now it's a high tolerance, but it is gone. Now, if a hacker could, if you entertain me, if they can play with the system to trick out to say, hey, again, aside from all your manual controls on the backside, somebody goes in and does a test and does a stripe test at the end of it all, that's great. But if they don't, or something happens on the manual control, you have to worry about, okay, can people play with the temperature to get the product out and not kill all the listeria bacteria, okay? So as you go through that, you look at, okay, listeria's growth is slow at another area, all right? So again, it's alive, but now it's growing. And what you want to do is freeze it to slow the growth. Because guess what, folks? It doesn't die. You just slow the growth of it, all right? So this is the hacker's cone that you're trying to operate in. This is where they're trying to be effective. And why would someone do this? Corporate espionage, companies do it all the time. Public confidence, Why not? People want to destroy public confidence all the time. Those are the type of things people do. So if you think it's a serious matter, please do. I mean, sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Right? So let's make sure that we keep in mind that if you get a customer like a Target or a Haagen-Dazs, because we know nothing is wrong with Bluebell. Again, Bluebell is awesome, right? But if you have those type of clients, you want to make sure that you keep things in order on your side of the house because you want to be a good partner. You want to be the best partner you can. You might get hacked. Something might happen. You never know. But you have to be mindful of that. And you have to let them know. And you have to be transparent. All right? So I want to talk to you now about your customers' boots. They are made for walking. You don't do the right thing, your customer will walk. They will kick you out if you don't perform, let alone harm their business, harm their reputation, harm their customer. I don't know what the fight is between Popeyes and Chick-fil-A, whatever it might be, but if you get to their customers and you cause them harm because somehow you've allowed an attack to come in their system to have a problem with some of their customers or products, you're going to have some problems. So you have to do a couple of things. You have to educate yourself. Education is key. There's plenty of people around that can help you with that. I mean, there are some very smart people in this room. I mean, much smarter than me. Please believe that. And they can help you with those situations. Start your plan today. Not tomorrow, because the hacker's working pretty fast. Not next week, because they're already in. And by the third week, they're just waiting on you to put in the exploit that they want. Because it's a watering hole situation these days. They've already hacked you. They just don't want to take advantage of it. We want to put the exploit in that can give us the most. We want to get it all. They don't want just a small bit. They want all of the pie if you let them have it. And get help. Network. There are people in here that will help you get through with what you need. Do not be afraid to talk. Do not be afraid to share with them whatever your general counsel will say. Any lawyers in the room? Okay, good. So talk to your lawyer first before you get hacked or before you go to these things, and then figure out what you can talk about and what you can disclose. All right? So with that, be a good customer. Negative 24 degrees, we're in good shape. Still good to go. Yeah, pretty hard. Still tastes great. I don't have a problem with Bluebell's controls or their cyber, so I think we're in good shape. So folks, with that, thank you. I appreciate it, and thank you for everything. Oh, I think somebody got to my presentation.
Give Ed a big hand again, and let's go for those 2 tickets. I think your windshield's going to be kind of compromised when you get back. So I have been informed that I forgot to tell everybody that we are live streaming this event on the Cyber Houston YouTube channel, as well as the HCC Innovation Institute channel, Innovation Lab channel. So that's in progress also. So our next speaker is John Valenti. He will be presenting a live hack situation. John is another member of our Cyber Houston founding team and founding member. He is the VP of, he's a VP and Information Security Officer at Allegiance Bank. Now, Air Force fighter pilot, SANS instructor, rock star, high school powerlifting champion, and his son follows in his suit with as a high school uh, weightlifting wrestling champion. So please help us welcome John Valenti. Why it's not on the screen? This is working. Great. Well, Umesh, thank you for the warm welcome. As you mentioned, my name is John Valenti. I work at Allegiance Bank. And today's event is near and dear to my heart. And unfortunately, we're having some issues with the projection here. But I'll share with you while I'm figuring this out that I've owned my own group of small businesses. And I know many of you own small businesses and run small businesses. And for 20 years, I was in your shoes. And I actually became involved in information security by mistake. I got hacked. I really like looking over my shoulder and doing this. It's very efficient. All right. So I know what you're up against. And when I say I got into cybersecurity by mistake, the reality is a group of businesses I owned was confused as being part of the American government. And I got hacked by Chinese hacktivists back in 2001. Up until that point, I was just like everybody in this room. I was focused on my customer experience. I didn't want them to take their boots and start walking. I was focused on my employees and my vendors. I was focused on profits. And I didn't realize the exposure that I had. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here to help you understand the exposures that you have that you probably don't know about. Microsoft puts a lot of work in modernizing their operating systems and their solutions, but they leave legacy protocols in the operating system to preserve backwards compatibility. As we think about transformation, automation, integration, orchestration, nobody in sales, marketing, or advertising is telling us we're creating bigger, gaping holes for the attacker to come into our environment and cause harm. So I really want to shift your lens into the eyes of an attacker. And when we think about that, we're looking at the same thing that you see, that your IT team might see, and the hacker sees. And as an example, picture an image of a little white woolly lamb. Some people see different things. If I work at UGG, I see a shearling coat or the liner inside of a moccasin or a boot. If I'm a lion, I see lamb chops. We're looking at the same thing. So let's take a look. First of all, I want to say that we're going to talk about things today, and my standard bank disclaimer is that I'm not giving you the universe of solutions. Our
30 minutes spent here today should really be about 2 hours, so don't take this as complete and holistic advice. I want to buzz through this slide so we can spend some time on the hack, but this is what we're going to talk about. So what is the new normal? Our new normal is breach, and we're numb to it. Target gets breached, like Ed had talked about, through a third-party HVAC contractor. Target's a really big company, but yet they still allowed access from the extranet to their point-of-sale systems. It makes no sense. Equifax, they didn't patch a known vulnerability in a server. They get broken into. 147 million records are breached. 143 million of them belong to American citizens. And then we get kind of the big granddaddy. Yahoo gets breached, loses 1 billion records. This is the new normal. And 2019 is shaping up to be a pretty bad year as well. If we look at all these attacks, we really need to ask ourselves, what's the root cause? We can't defend against all of everything all the time. You are in a position where you need to allocate resources against priorities. So studies have been done about root cause of breaches. And there's 15 to 20 root causes, and that's a lot to defend against. It's too much. The good news is that 2 root causes account for nearly 2/3 of all those breaches. So let's focus on them. It's phishing and unpatched servers. Phishing's interesting. Studies show that 30% of people are willing to open a phishing email. Of those who do open it, 12% are going to click a link or open an attachment. Most of you in the room may not know that when you click that link, it's taking you to a weaponized infrastructure. When you open the attachment, it could be weaponized. Word document, Excel file, PDFs, those can all be weaponized. There's great harm in doing that. And then, of course, patching. What does this really mean? All software is broken. It's kind of a dirty little secret of the industry. And it's a race condition between the manufacturers and the bad guys to find what's broken. When the manufacturer finds what's broken, they issue a patch, and we get to fix things. When the bad guy figures it out first, they get to break things. So when those patches do come out, it's very important to apply them to your systems. And that was the story behind Equifax, and we lost 147 million. So I want to cut the slideshow short and jump into the live hack. And let me set this up for you. The data tells us people are willing to click, and once they click, the adversary has an initial foothold in the environment. And I think too many people are caught up on phishing and preventing phishing, but they're not thinking beyond the click. I want to show you what an attacker sees after they move beyond the click. So I've written a lot of scripts to automate the execution of tools. Windows is a very chatty operating system running a ton of legacy protocols. And there's things called broadcast name resolution protocols. And that's just a mouthful to say Windows machines will say to the network in a broadcast manner so everybody can pick up the traffic, where is my file server? And if we can force somebody to go to a resource that doesn't exist, or we can put a relay through ourselves as the attacker, then we can poison a response and get them to engage in a challenge and response conversation with us, whereby we can hack their, crack the hash. And as an attacker, what I really want to do is use the legitimate username and password with other valid Windows credentials. So now I appear to be a legitimate user. And there's very little that can be done to stop that process from working. And we'll see here, you can see that there has been one response. So now we imagine we're Clark Griswold. Clark is sitting at his machine at work. He doesn't really know that one of his colleagues clicked an email. He doesn't know that somebody else has fallen victim to a phishing attack, and he's just going about his business. Clark wants to go to the file server. I guess you guys are seeing something different. Stop the presentation. I guess I'm driving off the big monitor in front of me. So I picked up some hashes. I'm just listening. And I will now stop this. And it tells me a little bit. So it's a WebDAV and TLM v2 hash. We know that the username is Clark Griswold. We see his computer name, and we see the actual hash, that challenge and response. The algorithm that's created that challenge and response is well known. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and crack it. So this SMB hash uses an NTLM v2, also shows us the ultimate IP address of the computer that Clark is using. This might not seem like much to you, but as an attacker, I'm building my database. I know an IP address, I know a username, I know a computer name. Hopefully, I'm going to know a password. My hope as a hacker is that Clark is like the rest of 90% of humans who generate terrible passwords. And he generated a terrible password. Clark's password is vacation. What did I say I wanted to do? I want to use a valid credential against that box to gain further access. I want to plunder, pillage, and destroy. That's my goal. We're here at a transformation conference. Some of the things we think about are secure remote access, enablement of a remote workforce, secure remote access from anywhere, at any time, from any device. Anybody know how we do that with a native built-in Windows tool? Remote desktop services. Let's see if it's running. Yes. That doesn't look like much to most everybody. What I see is gold. What was the password? Clark's going to get put on vacation. So let me get this screen up so I can see it. How did this start? Someone got phished. Does the data say you will get phished and you will lose eventually? Yes. This is what happens beyond the click. You have an attacker with full interactive access to the inside of your environment You don't even know they're there because they're using legitimate credentials. You're not going to see a credential that says hackzor@evil.com. It's Clark. Now, as a hacker, the next thing I'm thinking about is persistence. I had to rely on a fish to pivot laterally to Clark's machine to gain this level of access. I want to come back. I want to sleep. I want to come back. And now I want to elevate my privilege and spread out. I'm not uploading any hacking tools to make this happen. This is all possible with native built-in Windows tools. I want to fly under the radar. Clark is a local administrator. Guess what? A lot of the people in your companies are local administrators over their computers. Number one best thing you can do to secure and protect your environment, pull users out of the administrators group. They don't need to be it. They don't need that level of access. Ed mentioned only provisioning the minimal level of access required for people to do their jobs. And we see that I was talking too much and not typing fast enough. So I need to go in, engage in another remote desktop session. For the sake of time, I'm not going to do it because I want to move into a second hack. But at this point, I am bound only by my creativity and my competency. Let's talk about that for a minute. What do I want to do to maintain persistence? I'm going to grab or write my own backdoor. I can upload this onto the machine, but only after I edit the firewall rules to allow my program to run. Only after I edit the antivirus exclusions policy to not scan the folder that I'm going to put my backdoor into. I will bypass your firewall. I will bypass your antivirus. I will install a backdoor and gain persistent access into your environment as long as I want. And from there, I will spider out and I will start piggybacking into every single machine you have until I get to the crown jewels. I will steal them, I'll cover my tracks, and you'll never catch me. Just a pep talk. As an attacker, I spent a lot of time doing reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. It's an entire discipline, OSINT, open source intelligence gathering. And I know my target well. Depending on what's motivating me to hack this target, I might be getting paid to do it. It's my job now, it's my full-time job. And I know I'm gonna target today a specific company. I'm targeting Victim Corp. And I know I already have one host name. I looked it up in their DNS records. I'm going after www.victim.tgt, which is a completely fictional domain that doesn't exist. So let's see what they're running. I'm going to do a port scan. What do you see? Maybe a garbled mess. As an attacker, I see a lot of open ports. I see a lot of running services, and I'm really interested in a couple of them. And I want to go up above to make sure you might see something else. FTP. This is a protocol that allows for file transfer. Everyone here thinks about, hey, awesome, I get to do automated synchronization of invoices, payments, paperwork, purchase orders with my key vendors. It's a great opportunity to more tightly integrate with my partners, streamline my business, do more with less, and achieve a superior outcome. Awesome. I see a way to upload malware. File transfer. My malware is nothing more than a file. SSH, what's that? That's called the I get to stay in bed and administer remote systems without getting into the office at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. It's a way to remotely control Unix devices. Same thing with Telnet. I really want to focus on FTP and SSH because I want to upload malware, I want to maintain persistence, and with SSH, I want to remotely control the computer. I don't have credentials, it's a problem. The scan I just did not look at the version of the program behind the open port. So what I want to do is take a closer look so I can do some research. You'd be amazed at how much research is involved in hacking. Now I see some additional information here, and we're running a very specific flavor of an FTP daemon. And yes, copy and paste is a hacker technique. I'm going to search for VSFTP inside of a very well-known hacker framework called Metasploit. I'm feeling pretty good right now. It's ranked as excellent, and there is an exploit for it. Let's throw the exploit at the target. There could be various options that need to be configured with this exploit. It looks like I need to feed the exploit a remote port, which by default is 21, and I need to feed it the target, our host, the remote hosts. VSFTPD 2.3.4 had a backdoor in it. This client did not patch the machine. It's sitting in their inbox, but they wanted to go to their son's Pee-wee football game Thursday night, and now it's been forgotten about. And it appears that I have a shell. It's just a blind shell. I don't have a prompt. I type in hostname, which is a command in Linux, to echo back the name of the computer. I'm inside of this host. I'm root. I have full privilege over this box. So I think what I want to do, now that I know I have full privilege, I want to look at passwords. I'm going to put the mic down and do some typing. Copy and paste file called file. Jump over to look at something called the shadow file. Unix files that you hash together, get password. So like I listen to responder in the Windows environment, password hashes, getting password hashes that are static and part of the operating system itself is what people track log in target environment. I smash it together and start cracking. Now, when it triggers, that's known as a brute force password attack. it's going to take a little while. So we're going to stop it. And let's take a look at what we did crack in a bit more user-friendly manner. So we cracked 9 password hashes. The usernames are to the left, followed by a colon, followed by the password. Which account should I use? I'm going with the one that says admin. How much hacking skill does it take to pick the one named admin? Not much. I want to SSH into the target environment using MSF admin. I want to find out if MSF admin is able to automatically elevate and assume the properties of the root user. I have control. I have complete control over this computer. There's nothing that this person can do to stop me. I've got about 5 minutes left, and I think what I'd like to do is cut the demo short and open it up for questions and answers. Anybody have any questions about what's going on, level of access, what can you do to prevent this? Why is it so easy? Yes. So what I just heard was you look at the firewall and you examine some of the outliers. And one of the interesting things about analyzing outlier traffic is that you can still see encrypted traffic, the presence of encrypted traffic. You just can't make sense of the data that's being carried inside of the pipe. And what you can do with encrypted traffic is analyze if the characteristics of those flows are consistent with normal encrypted sessions. So if you go to Amazon.com, it's going to be behind encryption, and it's very bursty. You make a request, you go to a web page, information comes down to you. You spend some time looking around. You click, which means you're sending information. Amazon responds, they give you information. It's very bursty, it's very up and down. If you were to observe any encrypted traffic that's pretty steady, that is an encrypted command and control channel or your data being exfiltrated out of your network. It put on its boots and it's walking. Yes.
Things to keep up with the theme of resilience, can you talk about the things that we can do ahead of time to prevent this? Multi-factor authentication, privilege access management, those kind of things. And that may be the way you close it, so that they just don't see what happened. You can talk about what we can do to prevent this.
That's a great question. And the next panel is all about cyber resiliency. So it's a perfect question. Number one thing you can do if you're running a Windows network is don't let your users be administrators. You need to set parameters for the length and difficulty of passwords. You need to not use the same password for multiple accounts. If the solution you're using is in the cloud, AWS, Azure, Google Cloud Platform, or maybe some type of software as a service, that's awesome. But it's also accessible to Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran. So what you need to do is protect that application with multi-factor authentication. Google Authenticator is free. Microsoft Authenticator is free. There are some paid commercial products like Duo that have fantastic integrations across a wide range of software as a service suites. So that's what your salesperson will tell you. But the magic is going to be in the correlation rules that you write. And there's an arms war. Remember the arms war between us and Russia with nuclear weapons back in the 80s? And we just kept building and stacking and building and stacking. That's what the vendors are doing. They're saying, well, my SIM platform comes with 35 correlation rules out of the box. And then the next vendor says, well, I have 70. And the next vendor comes back and says, well, I have 150. To me, it doesn't matter. Do they work? Does it work in my environment? From the perspective of the SIM, it's a centralized bucket of data. Where's the data coming from? The systems that send data into the bucket, how are they configured? Are they configured correctly? So the best way to do this is using the MITRE ATT&CK framework. There's a really cool framework built by MITRE, and you can actually test it yourself. On GitHub, there's something called the Atomic Red Team. And you can take pre-written and not dangerous, it's not malware, it's just code that does weird things to your machine, but it's not dangerous. It will test you against the MITRE ATT&CK framework. If you're testing yourself or you hire a consultant to test you against this framework and your defensive tools don't provide alerts, you have a gap. You don't have visibility into that problem. And what's really interesting is cybersecurity is nothing more than visibility into what's going on. What processes are running on my machine? Are they normal? Are they expected? What's hitting my disk? What's coming in and out of the wires? I'll be here a little bit longer if you want to grab me during break. This is, I've hit the end of my time. So thank you all very much for being here.
Almost suck into them, huh? This is good.
Rolling out new technologies. All of a sudden, the new controls got to be in there.
We'll go
Hello,
ahead and
Cleveland. How you guys doing?
we'll go ahead and get started. I'm Andy Sawyer. I'm the Director of Security for Lock Lord. You may not know who that is. We're one of the AMLAW 100 law firms. So we're in the big space for legal services. I'm going to ask everybody on the panel to kind of introduce themselves. So starting to my left.
Hi, I'm Jesse Carrillo. I'm the Chief Information Officer with Hines Commercial Real Estate, headquartered in Houston. Develop office buildings, investment, property management. Private company, been around over 60 years. Been with the company about 25 years and CIO for about 12, and have the privilege of working with these fine folks on the Cyber Houston task force and committees.
Good morning. Mel Navarez. I'm a manager at CenterPoint Energy, responsible for a very important part of this conversation today is identity and access management. Anybody who's a customer of CenterPoint's, it's my job to protect it and make sure that it's secured. A lot of the things we'll talk about today relate directly to the things that I do on a daily basis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Peter Thomas. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Blue Lance. And Blue Lance is a developer of cybersecurity solutions for internal security controls, where we help our customers with assessing, remediating, and monitoring their environments.
Hi, good morning. My name is John Zapko. I am with Tech Mahindra. I'm the America's Vice President for Oil and Gas Utility, Cybersecurity, and Risk Management.
So following up on John's scary presentation, we wanted to talk about what makes a resilient cybersecurity program. And John touched on two key attack vectors, which is vulnerabilities and phishing. So to begin with, we want to talk about, there are really two schools of thought on how to build your cyber program, either vulnerability-based or risk-based. We saw that vulnerabilities are a big issue and a great way for hackers to get in. The problem is that while they're important, they're not sufficient because vulnerabilities need to be looked at. You need to patch out-of-date software, operating systems, basic holes. But fixing vulnerabilities just because they have a high CVSS score doesn't really ensure that your system is cyber secure. How many of you patched for Heartbleed not knowing whether you had it or not, or you were vulnerable to it or not? Vulnerability-based security also does not address the advanced attack vectors like bad passwords, phishing, ransomware, which are often a bigger problem than unpatched systems. And again, they don't consider organizational context. You may be patching for vulnerabilities that you don't have. So we talked as a group about how to create a cyber preparedness assessment tool that would be practical, digestible by small to medium-sized businesses, and economical. And the tool itself that we'll show here in a few minutes focuses on, takes a risk-based perspective on cybersecurity management. So the focus here is on what are your assets? What is it that keeps you in business? What are the information assets that you need to operate your business and to provide service to other businesses? So the focus is on asset protection, not vulnerabilities. The risk of a given vulnerability, again, is situational, but risk-based security lets you continue to look at the organization as a whole and what are your high risks, what are your critical risks, what are your low risks. Obviously, you can't fix a risk if you don't know what it is, so risk assessment is important. And so I just kind of want to open it up to the panel and talk about, and ask the question for any or all. What do you see as far as good risk assessment-based or risk-based security practices? Peter, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, so I mean, it's so important to actually focus on those assets that Andy was just talking about, and we just heard about some excellent presentations from Ed and John here about protecting environments. Mainly, John's point of if you can reduce privileges or just give users just those privileges that they need, we could really reduce our attacks or improve our security. In fact, I've heard three things. If I could add one more item to what John mentioned, which is what if you can also attempt to whitelist what comes into an environment. In other words, you just have programs or services that are only allowed. You can reduce what happens dramatically. But more than that is this whole concept of just improving everyone's hygiene. I mean, we keep talking about cybersecurity, vulnerabilities, but basic hygiene, in my opinion, is so critical. It just try to apply hygiene as you apply to your personal hygiene. And we all have to eat right, exercise, and to be healthy. Similarly, a lot of folks just miss out on the hygiene. We talked about patching. It's part of hygiene. Dormant accounts, people leaving an organization and leaving access rights. We find that almost 75% of organizations, small to medium businesses, just do not worry about those things, and the impact is, and it really messes them up. We heard this morning about MFA, multi-factor authentication. For your privileged users, in our opinion, it's so critical that you put in some sort of multi-factor authentication. That goes such a long way to protecting your environment. So So there's several things that one can do, basic hygiene, that can help really alleviate risks in the organization.
Thanks, Peter.
Yeah, I think for me, I think one of the things that I try to speak to leadership about is identifying and it was said earlier, what's your secret sauce? What's your crown jewels? We all have limited resources, dollars, time, and so you can't protect everything. So you have to decide where you're going to really put your focus. I always use the analogy of a house. If someone wants to break into your house, they're going to break in. But do you protect your jewelry or your passports or the stuff that's important in a safe and make sure it's hard to get to? So we have quite a bit of a risk-based scoring system. So we work with the various departments. You guys can work with the various data that you have and identify what is your risk points. And then that's where you put your focus, your heavy-duty tools, along with the hygiene that we'll be talking about more. But really knowing, what you really need to protect is where I spend most of my time around this risk-based approach.
I thank you guys. I think some of the things we're talking about lead into what I'm passionate about in my business. And I was at a conference recently, and the key theme was that identity is a new parameter. You have to protect that identity. We just talked about that. But I'm going to take it to a little bit different area here. As you look at your risk, assessments are going to start to become important, not just your first partners you're doing business with, but let's talk about what just happened with the lab company, LabCorp. It wasn't their partner that got in trouble. It was the partner's partner that got in trouble. So sometimes as a company, you should do your due diligence, know who you're doing business with, do those things that are important. May not always come up front and be out there for you to see, but think about those. Go out there. This tool that you'll see in a minute will help you understand some of the things that need to go out there, that you need to go out there and do to help protect your environment. Identity, of course, is the big one. We've talked about the passwords. That's the obvious. Let's think about the things that aren't obvious. That partner downstream that may get hacked because they're a small business. They don't have the funds. They don't have a CTO or a CISO that sits out there that tells you, guys, we got to do this. So we'll have some good conversation once you see the tool.
Thanks, Mel.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of just use an example here. I have a friend of mine who has a printing company, and they print the silver labels that go on the back of, TVs or laptops or whatever, those UL listed labels. And he and I were talking one night, and he said, I don't know. We're a 6-person printing company. I'm not really sure what asset they would be after. And I said, well, who's your biggest customer? And he told me it's one of the big airline manufacturers that's been in the news lately. And I said, the hackers don't necessarily want what you have, but they want to get to you to get to that large aircraft manufacturer. And he and I were walking, and he stopped kind of in his tracks, let out an expletive, and I said, look, I'm not trying to scare you, but it's something you have to be aware of, that what you think is your critical asset, his labels, is not necessarily what those hackers are trying to get after. So let's kind of shift the lens a little bit and make sure that we're protecting those assets that we have from a business, but also our kind of supply chain assets as well. And I think when we go through the risk management profile scoring mechanism that the teams develop, you'll see those kind of come to light in a little bit different fashion.
Thanks. So how do you reduce risk? First, you need to know what your risks are. And then the second question is, how do you reduce risks? Risks are reduced with controls, and controls cover things, there are administrative, technical, and physical controls. As Jesse said, if somebody wants to break into your house, they're going to break in, but you want to have a locked door anyway to slow them down. So physical controls. Technical controls include things like firewalls. Anybody operating without a firewall these days? Probably not. Encryption, as Ed mentioned, critically important. If your data gets stolen, unless they've got the key, they can't get to it anyway. So encryption is a given today. 5 years ago, we were talking about encryption, and everybody was saying, "Oh, that's too hard. We can't do it." It's not too hard. It's the state of play today. So controls reduce risks. The one thing we want you to leave with is the understanding that cybersecurity is not a department, and it's not a guy, it's your company. It's all of you. And so we developed an assessment tool that takes a firm-wide look at cybersecurity, and we identified 11 areas that need to be looked at as part of your overall cybersecurity program. You'll see later on in the day, there'll be some courseware talked about that are hot topics for HCC around these 11 areas of your company. So this panel here, along with others on the Cyber Houston Task Force, developed we talked about practical, economical. You can't get more economical than free. We have a free assessment tool for you that will help you vet your cybersecurity program. How prepared are you? Take the assessment. Be honest with yourself. You can't give yourself all fives in every category, but set a baseline for where you are today, and then look at the areas where you're weak and where you need to improve. Use the assessment tool as a roadmap and map your progress. Take the test 6 months, or after, as Ed said, implement your 90-day program. Take the assessment again, see where you are in 90 days, see where you are 90 days after that. The threat landscape changes all the time. So things that are you're feeling pretty good about today, you may not feel good about after somebody else in your industry gets hacked tomorrow. And with that, we will take you to the tool. So the website is assess.cyberhouston.org. And here's our assessment tool. You can go through, we're going to walk through some of the categories. You'll be scoring yourself as you go.
Hold on, it's not showing up up there.
Oh, well, I'm enjoying seeing it anyway.
I think you may want to stop the other.
Stop your presentation.
Oh, did I not stop that one? I thought I did. Okay. Well,
Give us 1 second.
Only had an IT professional in the room that
Yeah,
could help.
is there an AV person here?
I was going to say, Houston, we have a problem, but
And I think one
Wait,
thing
I
that
did say
Andy
that.
just pointed out is it's a continuous process. So as this is not a point in, kind of a single point in time, we want to make sure that as I'm talking to our clients, that they're continuously looking at their risk profile, their risk posture, and then measuring that against key performance indicators. So it's a continuous process. I know that was one of the last bullet points that Andy had, but let's make sure that we're doing that. Let's make sure we're looking at our supply chain, as Mel mentioned. The LabCorp breach was downstream from their supply chain. So let's make sure we're looking at that holistically.
okay, we're up now. So I want to blame this on someone else, but I don't think I can.
If you're using a Mac computer, you'd be in better shape. I'm just saying.
So I've been told. Attorneys that tell me that every day. You know that Macs are far superior to the Windows computers we have. Well, except they don't run any of the software that you use to build your
But you're
custom
secure, man.
components.
You're secure.
Okay. Assess.cyberhouston.org. Here's the website. Again, it's free. It's something you can use. You can take the assessment, print a copy of it off, keep it as again, a guide to where we were and how we got to where we are now. It's really a tool for continual improvement. We talked about the 11 areas. There are about 65 questions. One of the fun things I get to do as Director of Security for a big law firm, as Ed talked about, be a good partner to your clients. Our clients are big companies, big banks, big insurance companies, and their greatest fear is they're going to get hacked through us, their law firms, because we get a lot of their good stuff. So I get to answer 400 question assessments on a pretty regular basis for our clients, and then they don't believe me, and then they want to come and see the answers for themselves anyway, which they do. We're not giving you 400 questions, but we think that we've covered your business requirements and things that you need to pay attention to in this assessment. So since Peter was the mastermind behind cyber hygiene, I'm going to ask him to speak to the first section.
I could see that. Yeah, so we were talking about cyber hygiene. So these are a set of questions that, sorry, yeah. I guess I didn't realize my glasses were that bad. So just answer a simple question. These are very simple questions. Do you have an antivirus software installed on your computer and servers? And the answer to that should be, I would imagine, is there anyone without antivirus on any software? So give yourself a 5 for that.
I'm going to give myself a 5.
Yeah, right. So do you have password security stands for users, application systems? Now, does anyone want to venture what a password standard is? You get 100 different answers, right? But simply, please keep it complex, easy to remember. I think our general advice on passwords is try to use password phrases. It's much easier to understand that. And the longer your password is, the better. So try to have passwords that are fairly long and they're much more difficult to crack. So if you know what your password is, and if your password is not that good, I'll probably give you something in the middle. But again, so I know Andy's is 5 and more, but
Right. So I'm going to say, yes, I have a standard. And then for 2A, I'm going to say, I'm really not sure.
right.
So I'll give myself the benefit of the doubt and be average on this one.
Right, and then so we've actually talked about the issue about password phrases, which is part of that whole standard. So to use password phrases. Show of hands, how many of you use password phrases? Yay! Give yourself a hand because that's good. we rarely run into a lot of folks that particularly small to medium companies that don't use password phrases. And I've actually had a company. I've seen a company that had. They mandated only 2 characters. It's a large car company, and they didn't want their sales folks having to mess with password changes because it just affected sales. So,
Hey, Peter, real quick, since we're trying to make sure we're honest with the scoring, how many of you guys actually write it on the sticky pad and put it in your computer? Come on, be honest. How many? Come on. No, nobody's being honest. But no, I think just to your point, I think one of the things that, fortunately, Mel and I and folks up here, we work for organizations, we have big teams, and we're able to do some of this stuff, and we're able to follow kind of the standards and the guidelines put out there by the government and other institutions. But don't be intimidated by that. I think what we try to do with stuff like that is you see the language. It's pretty easy to read. We try to take all the complicated documents that we all have to deal with and we refer to, and try to make it so it's a very quick yes, no, 1, 2, 5. And so as David continued to describe this, that's what we try to do. We try to make it so that it doesn't become extra work. It's something that you just do very quickly, and maybe encourage other folks to kind of do that in your vendor chain as well. But just we're trying to make the complicated less complicated. So I'm sorry.
oh, that's
Nobody's
great
being
advice.
honest, so
Great.
I was hoping somebody was going to be honest about that sticky pad.
So one thing, we're assuming some knowledge here. So does everybody understand the difference in a password and a passphrase? So I changed my password after Ed called it out to everybody up here from ABC123, that's a password, to I will read 1 book a week, really. That's a passphrase. And instantly that passphrase with punctuations and spaces would take, you can go to some password strength checkers and find out. But I believe the number is 2 decillion years, which is longer ago and further away than Star Wars. Anyway, our employees trained and contractors trained on our internal policies and procedures. Again, good cyber hygiene, because not only your employees, but the people that that are really doing work for you, taking pseudo employee roles, do they know what your policies and procedures are? I'm going to say somewhat, but not 100% on that one.
And if I could add to that, Andy, see, so from a training standpoint, not only your password policies and standards, but procedures, phishing attacks. How many people get trained but still click on that link? If you think about the event that happened in Texas, I would venture to add, the details are still not out on that, but in all probability, it could be a phishing attack, and that's how it spreads. So this is a constant process. It doesn't matter whether you're a 5-user company or a 100-user company. And the larger players all have training programs in place for their employees, but the small to medium it's so important to at least get your employees trained so that you don't have these situations.
we're not going to cover every question in every category. We want to move on and kind of give you a perspective of the cross-section of all the topics that we've got included in the assessment. So we're going to move on to what we talked about before. Using a risk-based security model requires that you do a risk assessment. You can't protect what you don't know that you have against what you don't know is out there. So do you have a documented risk management program in place? Threats exploit vulnerabilities to create risk. So some risks are critical, some not so much, but you don't know if you don't have a risk management program in place. I'm going to say, well, yes, I do. Is there a documented risk management procedure approved by senior management? No, I can't read
Which
it.
defines the process by which risks impacting the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data are identified and managed.
So I'm going to say 3 here because, yes, we have a program in place. I'm not sure that my senior management completely buys into it because we haven't been hacked yet as far as we know. Once we get hacked, then they'll probably buy into it. Have you completed a full risk assessment in the last 12 months that defines each system threat, risk, impact, and mitigation plan to maintain the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of data? You keep hearing those words, CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. That's what cybersecurity is all about. Maintaining the confidentiality of your systems, your data, so that only people who have access, who should have access, do have access. Integrity means that you can rely on the information, and availability means that the information is available to the people that should have access when they need access. So we actually do a 12-month or sooner risk assessment on a regular basis. Anytime your systems change, your policies change, your practices change, it's time for a new risk assessment. You merge with another company, you add a product line, time for a risk assessment. We as a law firm don't have an internal audit department, so we hire external auditors to do the assessments for us. And I encourage you, if you don't have an audit function, don't just wave this one off and say, well, we're too small for that. Hire it done. People are out there who can do this for you. Let's move on to human resources. I think you would think that Ed and John and us talked before this, but in fact, we did not. And yet, a lot of the things that you see in here have been discussed in the 2 previous panels. So doing a background check, having a documented hiring and termination process, disabling accounts when they leave, those are fundamentals of cybersecurity. So do you have a documented hiring termination process? Are background checks conducted? Are security roles and responsibilities defined and documented? Do people have least privileged access? Is everybody an administrator on their computer? Does everybody have access to the accounting share and the HR share? Why is that? When I started with the firm, we had 65 domain admins, but there were only 6 people that worked in that area. And so I said, well, why do we have so many domain admins? Well, we just know that if you make an account a domain admin, it can do what it needs to do. Okay. So we had all these non-human domain admins out there. And our consequences for not complying with company policies spelled out. Do people understand that not following company policies can lead to termination? It's a serious business because, you know, if your business, as Ed said, probably can't survive a cyber attack. So people that are putting your business at risk shouldn't be working with your business. Again, you need to have a security policy. We talked about that a little bit. Does anybody, as we're going through this, want to talk to one of these areas in specific? I'm saving logical access for you, Mel.
Well, no, real quick. We just say again, we said it a little bit earlier. when you read through these, you're saying, okay, I got to go write a 70-page, 80-page security policy document. What do I do from a hiring process? And a lot of this stuff doesn't have to be that complicated. Sometimes just a one page or a couple sentences. And so, again, don't take this as you're creating a lot of busy work, a lot of extra work. Some of this is just kind of thinking through what do you do today, and how do you make sure you're communicating that. So don't think this has to be an exercise in paperwork. It's really just to kind of make you think. Do I think about it? What am I doing? And is there something simplistic I can communicate to my team members? So again, we're not going to go to every question, but keep that in mind as you're going through some of these categories, because I really want to get Mel on that other one.
Hang on. I want to talk about something that I want to make sure we get to. How much more time do we have?
We have
1 minute?
15 minutes,
Oh,
and we're
15
going to
minutes?
probably, hopefully have 5 or 10 for.
Okay, go ahead. I just want to make sure we touch on the a resilience plan. I think Ed talked about that, your incident response plan. We get to that. I do want to talk about that, because I think we can talk about all these things, we can do all these things, but if you're not prepared with an incident response plan and how to react if you are compromised, you've got bigger problems. So I'll let you continue on, and if we get to that, I'll talk about that if you don't mind.
One in this area that I wanted to talk about, which is really near and dear to my heart, is security and privacy awareness training. It's critical that your employees, they really are your best firewall. But if they're not trained in what normal looks like and what to do when not normal happens, then that's the biggest risk you have. As I think Ed and John both said, people aren't really attacking your firewall anymore, they're just attacking you. So it's much easier to come after you than a Cisco firewall, and happens every day. So security and privacy awareness training is critical for employees and contractors alike. I have, in my law firm, I have 1,000 owners, we call them partners, and they all operate a small business, and they all think they tend to think, some of them, that they operate independently. So really getting their focus and really getting their attention and really making sure that they know what good email looks like, what bad email looks like. When your system comes up with a message, what are you going to do about it? So critical that your employees are trained. And we'll move on to, did you want to do logical access or disaster recovery?
Let's do disaster recovery. I think logical access is a given kind of. So I wanted to talk a little, I can't quite read all of them. Do you have a documented disaster recovery business continuity plan? I think people do. They usually will be able to recover because they lost power, because they lost, something. But the real thing is to be able to address the incident, how to isolate it, how to make sure you understand what happened, and then build the controls back into your process to say we can't let that happen again. Along those same lines, you have to know who to contact, who needs to be aware of what happened. You have to have contracts in place, maybe with third-party vendors that can come help you, because in one case it may be just having to wipe out your whole server farm and rebuild it. Well, not everybody has that staff available to do those kind of things. Backups are another part of it. All of those things make up your whole disaster recovery plan, which includes incident response and all that. The one piece I think that people also forget is a breach notification plan. What happens if you are breached? Your customers, it may cost you a lot more money just to notify people than it will to recover. So you should have those things in place. I also saw earlier, we talked about insurance. Not necessarily your own insurance, the partners you're doing business with, right into your contracts, insurance, make sure they're covered, so in case they're breached, it doesn't bleed over to you. In the LabCorp instance, I think the first two companies are basically going to be out of business. LabCorp's going to get stuck with the bill. They're not even the ones that got hacked. So those are the kind of things that need to be in place. So I'll leave it to anybody else who wants to talk about, but that incident response plan, as Ed said, I think is key to getting you back on your feet if you are in fact ever breached.
Right. And just to add to that, Mel, which is, we were talking about ransomware attacks, and it's interesting, in 2019, the vast majority of ransomware attacks have been local state government entities. And I've heard incidents in Florida, Atlanta had a major attack, but what they're finding is that the state and local entities don't have an incident management plan. And guess what they're doing? A lot of them, they're paying up. Florida, I believe they shelled out $1 million in Bitcoins. And so that's what happens. The consequence of not having a good incident response plan, backups, and having that is can like everyone says, just kill your business.
One other thing I'll throw in this area, disaster recovery, business continuity. Who knows the difference in disaster recovery and business continuity? So an analogy I heard that I really like is that if you want to know the difference in disaster recovery and business continuity, kick over an anthill. So you'll discover there are two kinds of ants. There are the ants that are trying to rebuild the hill. Those are the disaster recovery ants. They're trying to get things back to normal. The business continuity ants are preserving the food supply and protecting the queen. They're trying to keep things going while the other ants are rebuilding the hill. So disaster recovery, get back to normal. Business continuity, keep going in less than optimal situation. And with that, John, any? So how are we doing on our score here? Well, so far we have 100, which means we have some work to do. But we haven't answered all the questions yet. So I can reset here. I can, again, download a PDF of my score. Please take advantage of the tool. Please give us feedback on the tool.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. Set your baseline. Do that first time, then 60 days out, go back again, look at it. Hire some companies out there. Your third-party vendors will come do this for you. They can use this information, but make sure you go out there and do it. So I think this is a very powerful tool, and I think the beauty of this is it's free. Share it with people. Use it. Okay.
Questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Talk about the NIST.
Try that one again.
Compare. Hello?
No,
How does it compare to the PCI compliance assessment questionnaire? This tool, that is.
So we used a NIST framework for the most part to build this. So there's some components of it that cross over and bleed. We didn't catch everything. There's other things, but I think this gives you a good framework to start with and to build on. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm in a small business environment, and so a lot of what happens in this area is a lot of documentation is often done. A lot of times the IT side will, do their part and keep the infrastructure together. But too often, executive management will use it as maybe an insurance tool or something to say that they've got this stuff, and throughout the company, it's not practical. So, what's the purpose of having an IT compliant side and the rest of the company operates outside of compliance? And that seems to be a common issue in various companies.
I think that's maybe a maturity issue at some point because, you've got to put some governance that says if you're going to introduce a new application on the business side, let the IT department assess it. Let us go make sure that it's set up correctly, that we're not putting ourselves at risk. I think at some point they'll get bit, something will happen, and unfortunately the IT guys will have to fix it. And it's kind of like, I told you so, we should have done the assessment on it. That's a tough battle, but it is just a matter of I think, maturity.
Yeah, I think what we've done real quick with our team is historically, I've been doing this for a long time. IT was seen as the department of no, right? When someone wanted something, immediately IT would say, no, you can't install it, you can't do that. And so what we've become is let us at least make sure it's secure. You as a business owner, you as a user, a lot of times these tools, you need them to do your work. Let us at least make sure it's secure. And 99% of the time we will say yes, but let us at least be part of that process. And I think it was said in one of these questions earlier, if you do have policies, there has to be some ramifications. There has to be a hammer. You have to be able to say if you do something wrong or you violate, you're going to get written up, you're going to be spoken with, but there has to be some, otherwise, yes, you'll have the Wild West.
I think we talked about it briefly, and one of your answers might be, or a part of your answer might be visibility. if you have to know what's out there. So you see something that shows up on your network, a new server, a new service, something, and the IT guys should know about it. Then you go and ask the questions. It's a little late, but it's better at that point than not knowing at all. Yeah.
Yes, actually, to your point, which is, a lot of times, um, the management, small to medium, for them, security is, it used to be the case, and it's changing, but it used to be that this is just a cost, right? I mean, and so they don't see the return, and it's just an education of trying to understand the consequences and the impact of what they're doing. And just like John was mentioning earlier about the supply chain and how it can really kill your business and as we see that with Lapcop, so it's so important that they get educated. It's more of awareness and understanding the impacts of lack of security.
And I think Mel hit it. It's a maturity thing. And I think there has to be some controls, and Andy and Mel and Jesse can talk to this. What happens if I'm the CEO and I violate that process, right? That's a difficult conversation you have to go have. And so it's a difficult conversation to go have with your stakeholders. But I think the other piece that we hit on is it's not just the IT department's role or responsibility, it's everybody's responsibility. So if you look at HR was on there, physical security, there were some other groups that were on there. And I was working with a large telecommunications company that they had kind of everywhere you went, like at the water fountain, in the break room, in the hallways, they had a sign up that said, "You are the firewall." So in other words, I'm the firewall, Jesse's the firewall, we're all the firewall, and we're all that first or last line of defense within the organization. So kind of getting that mantra, it takes a while, and I think it is a maturity thing, but just having that conversation over and over. I mean, some oil and gas companies start their meetings with a safety brief. I've seen some companies start their meetings with a cybersecurity brief, a minute, right? Here's what we do in the event of a cybersecurity breach. So it is a maturity. It's harder in the small and medium companies. I get it. I totally do. But it's a good conversation to be having on a regular basis.
And again, to your point, cybersecurity really starts with senior management. Without senior management's buy-in, your cybersecurity program will not be as resilient as you need it to be. And you want them to buy in before you go out of business or before you're breached.
Any other questions? Anybody else?
Yes. I have a question. When you talk about the consequences, I've been in IT for a while and dealing with security. We called ourselves the toothless tiger. We would come out with the policies and procedures, and then there was no consequence, which meant that the implementation, no matter how much training we did, if someone broke a rule, there was nothing to say we could do anything. So do you all have any best practices in terms of the types of HR policies? I know we can talk about at the beginning you do with accounts, making sure that they're established, and at the end, as employees go out the door, you look at that. But when they're in the space, are there any best practices for how you can add some teeth to the tiger of security policy?
I don't know if there's a best practice, but this is what we did and seems to be working. We formed a security governance council. Put legal on there, put HR on there, put our CISO on there, and other bigger parts of the business that had some stake in this whole development of our business. And the policies were then consolidated to include everything that they had. So instead of having 8 or 10 or 12 policies, we have 3 or 4 large policies that are then governed by this Security Governance Council and approved by them. And HR is important in that, and legal is important, because a policy, when if somebody violates it, it's terms for, you can be terminated for it. So you have to have that level of visibility and approval. And that's how we're starting to get things under control. And it's not easy, but that's a start.
Yeah, at Heinz, we did the same thing. We got the groups together, we created one policy, and when you read it, it says HR, IT, risk, legal. So as an employee, there's 4 or 5 departments that were involved in writing that policy. So it's just by mere fact that legal's in there and HR is a big deterrent.
And the legal guys.
So, and to that end, we
love
have
lawyers.
we have a logon banner on all of our computers that says use of this computer is governed by the acceptable use policy. Failure to adhere to the policy can result in disciplinary action up to and including termination.
Yep.
Okay? And then when you click OK, you've consented to the policy. I've struggled. I had some attorneys that really struggled with that one, but they're all on my side now.
Yeah, and in addition, it's also if you could get that awareness at the board level, small to medium sized companies, if it's at the board level, then that flows down to the management, and that if that can happen, a lot can change with the culture of the organization.
We're getting the hook here in 1 minute and 10 seconds. Any other questions or comments?
Yes, please. How do you bounce back from a hack when all your data has been migrated to the cloud and it got compromised and you have no local, say, backups?
Wow, that's a tough one.
Yeah. I think that's going to take a longer conversation than 1 minute, but yeah, I mean, that's not an easy one. So that's why we talk about resiliency and being prepared. And, John mentioned earlier, having a strategy around different types, different backups, especially if you're using the cloud. For us, we have cloud backups where we also have a separate backup. So it's just having extra. But see one of us if we'll try to see if we can help you, at least point you in a certain direction.
Yeah, the challenge there is data classification and where you put that. So,
Yep.
assess.cyberhouston.org.
Yep. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think I got a little bit more credit, but I will, and I appreciate Umesh and his leadership that he's always provided and his partnership, as well as Dr. Dernovo and the Center of Excellence for Entrepreneurship, and Ravi, who's a resident entrepreneur. I just want to thank them all. I'm president of Southwest College. HCC has 6 regional colleges, and we have 14 centers of excellence across the city of Houston or the greater Houston area. The Center of Excellence for Digital and Information Technology, my college has the opportunity to oversee and manage for the entire district. And so cybersecurity is one of our top ranking programs. And you'll hear from our experts and from our dean and our chairs today. So what you do in this conference is extremely important, not only for the region, but for the entire country. I'm speaking to the choir. I know you understand how cybersecurity is affecting every single industry in our country. And I say cybersecurity is even affecting, based on recent events, our most precious treasure that we have, which is our own democracies being affected and threatened by cybersecurity attacks, which continue to grow. So we make cybersecurity education and training a top priority at HCC. We understand the impact that it has in our community and to all of you. And that's the reason we pride ourselves in making sure that we provide an absolute top best quality education. I am very proud he's not expecting this, but the governor of Texas partnered with SANS Institute and ran a promotion to make sure all the universities and colleges across the state participated in a competition. And I'm very proud to tell you one of our own graduates, one of our own students, actually ranked number 2 in the entire state of Texas. And he's here with us today. Hold your job offers. And Mr. Justin Quick, would you please get up? Number 2 in Texas. Number 2. Only second to Texas A&M. We have several other students competing who may not have been number 2, but are on the top of that competition. So that means that we're the top community college in the entire state of Texas with the absolute best quality education and cybersecurity right here in Houston, and it's HCC, and you're right here today. So I just hope that you can tell that story, that when you're looking for your talent pipeline acquisition, that you look at HCC and that you call on us, and our job placement people are here today and can help you with those needs. And I'm gonna leave you with one thought. As you're looking at your talent pipeline, think outside of the box. Whatever we're doing today is still not helping us meet that skills gap. It's not giving you the amount of people that you need. And I want you to start thinking of apprenticeships. Hiring people that they can grow into that career while they're working for you, but while they're also going to school and learning at the same time, where the college can be your sponsor and support you in and them on that quality education. We got to think of other models to bring that talent pipeline to where it needs to be, and we can do that for you. And again, I thank you all for being here today. Thank you, Umesh, for the opportunity to say a few words, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
All right, so this is the 12:15 panel right after lunch. Thank you, President Barillo, for making those remarks. And the other thing to note is that the student that you just were introduced to, Jason, he was also the recipient of the Cybersecurity Excellence in Cybersecurity Scholarship Award at the Houston Cyber Summit in February this year. And I think it was $1,000 that he got. So great to have you here in the crowd, Jason. And I hope you already have your job lined up, right? If you don't, see me or Peter after this. So with that, we're going to get started on the Texas Cybersecurity Initiative and Information Sharing Update. We were going to be joined with Ernesto Ballestero, who is the Texas Cybersecurity Coordinator. Unfortunately, as you know, you've heard already about it with the 23 cities and agencies that have been compromised over the last week. He called yesterday and said, Umesh, I'm really sorry, but I'm snowed and I have to deal with these issues. So, but here's the good news. To my left, to your right, is Mary Dickerson. And Mary and I go back a long time. And Mary is the Assistant Vice President and Assistant Vice Chancellor, as well as the CISO for the entire U of H system. And she also serves on the Texas CIO Council. And Ernesto is a member of the Texas CIO Council. And so what you have, are you the chair now? He's the chair, and Mary is the vice chair. So Mary is very able and capable of giving you a full update of all the Texas initiatives, as well as what's going on in a research environment at U of H. So how we're going to do this is that we'll have Mary talk and give you the update, and then I will give you an update on Cyber Houston, and I'll tell you a little bit more about the initiative and how everybody in here can get involved with Cyber Houston. So with that, Mary, thank you very much for joining us, and good to have you on a panel with me finally after, what, about 15 years?
Something like that. And always fun right after lunch. So, because of course, right after lunch, you want to hear about state initiatives, right? Well, we'll try to keep it kind of interesting. I want to give you a little bit of background for those of you that haven't kept up with everything that the state is doing with cybersecurity. Can you hear me now? Okay. everything that the state is doing. The good news is the state is actually doing a lot of things and has been for many years. Texas is seen as a leader in the country as far as some of our cybersecurity initiatives. Umesh will share some specific things in Houston that have contributed to that reputation. But I want to give you kind of the flavor of where we've come from and where we are now and what the state's looking forward to as the next steps related to cyber. So the journey kind of began back in 2011. The state legislature created the Texas Cybersecurity Education and Economic Development Council. That's a really long way of saying a group of 11 people that were tasked with look at the state's infrastructure, look at how we have created cultures for cybersecurity and best practices, and come up with some recommendations for the state as far as where do we need to go. So 11 people were appointed. I was one of the 11 to work as a volunteer effort, no extra pay there, to figure out how the state could do cyber. And some of the goals were to look at our infrastructure, so how are we protecting our citizens' data? Also look at what environment are we creating for businesses to either come here because Texas is a good place to do business, or for the entities that were already here, why do they want to stay? We want businesses to come to Texas. We want to build our economic development. And if we can create a good cyber environment, maybe that would be a selling point to get people here. We, as a component of that, also looked at workforce. How do we make sure that as these Fortune 500 companies are coming to Texas, that we can provide them with the workforce to not only help our citizens find jobs, but also help those companies be successful in this area? And so we looked at those initiatives. And then the third component to that was education. How do we create awareness among our citizens, both from our early citizens, you know, the 2-year-old with the iPad in the grocery store, as was mentioned earlier, all the way up to our senior citizens that are very engaged online but may not necessarily understand the ramifications of that. So looking at the entire awareness life cycle from cradle to grave, and also, like I said, looking at the workforce components to that. So the council looked at those things and in 2012 issued a report that had some key initiatives and objectives for the state to move forward. And the number one piece to that was the creation of a position for a Texas cybersecurity coordinator. And that, as Umesh mentioned, is Ernesto Ballesteros, is the current incumbent of that position. His goal is to build public-private partnerships to work on those areas where we can really foster relationships between not only our state agencies, which are governed by state law that tells us how we will run our security programs, but also those private entities, those companies, those not-for-profit organizations that do a lot toward protecting lots of people's information within the state of Texas, but are not necessarily under direct government regulations. So that was a piece of it. So we created the cybersecurity coordinator position, and then from that, there has been legislation that has developed over subsequent years. I could give you all the House bill numbers, Senate Bill 1101, 1102, but you don't really want to go read all those things. I'm just kind of give you the summary is it said, go forth with the council's recommendations. And so that's what the state has been doing for the last several years, is enacting laws that help reinforce some of those recommendations while also building infrastructures to support these things. So from there, we get to where we are right now. And where we are right now is there is the Texas Cybersecurity Council, of which Ernesto Ballesteros, as the state coordinator, is the chair of that council. I am the vice chair. That council is under the management of the Texas Department of Information Resources, so Texas DIR. If you want more information about the state's strategic plan related to cybersecurity, about the council, if you want to read the 2012 report that's also there, you can go to dir.texas.gov. That is the official DIR website, and it has all of those things off of that site, so you can go there and look for that. Where this impacts you is in the last legislative session, there were several bills related to technology that were passed, several specifically to cybersecurity. For those of you that are part of state agencies, there were some fundamental changes to the way that we have to do business in different ways related to security. But for all of you, and I would imagine probably the majority of you that are not state agencies, Where you care is that it also, there was House Bill 3834, and that House bill actually talks to if you are doing business with entities in the state of Texas. So if you are a contractor for a state agency, or you would like to be a contractor with a state agency, you now have to go through certain awareness training that the agencies are required to put in place. So for instance, if you're a contractor for the University of Houston and you use information resources as part of the services you deliver to our customers, then you now have to go through our awareness training that is going to be certified through the state. What does the awareness training have to include? It has to encourage information security best practices and procedures, and you have to make sure that that is something that people can act on. So I have to understand when I go through the training as an employee, it will tell me this is what a phishing message looks like. And if you see one of these, this is what you should do. You should delete it. You should not click on links. You should report it someplace. Those are the types of things that now have to be included in the training. And if you're a contractor, now you have to go through those things too. Because as several of the panelists have pointed out earlier today, it's not necessarily the state agency or the company that is the one that is suffering the breach. Instead, it is a subcontractor, it's someone down the supply chain line that is actually having the problem, but in losing the data, they're losing the state data at the same time. So that's part of why that House bill was passed. The other thing that you have to do as part of your awareness training is you have to teach best practices for detecting, assessing, preparing, and addressing information security threats. So as was mentioned earlier, you need to have an information security plan that tells you what do you do when these things happen. We want to make sure that anyone doing business with the state is also, has the right processes in place to be able to address these problems and doesn't just go, oh my gosh, I've got ransomware and everything's down and what do I do? We are hoping you thought about that before you got into that position. Hopefully you'll never have to use those things, but you still want to be prepared when that happens. So the awareness training has to include that as well. You can get information on all the legislation that was passed. If you go to that DIR website that I gave you just a minute ago, there's actually a section on technology legislation, and you can see everything that was passed, a summary of what the bill is, and what does that mean to you, either as a state agency or as a public entity, private entity within the state of Texas. So one of the other things that I'd like to kind of mention that the state is doing at a broader level, you heard earlier, the earlier panel mentioned Jack Voltaic. I'm guessing that there's probably a decent number of you that don't have any clue what Jack Voltaic exercise was. So let me give you a little background. Several years ago, and by several years ago, I mean back in like 2016, I believe, 2015, the Army Cyber Institute, ACI, partnered with the City of New York and with a company, Citicorp, to put together an exercise. And the exercise was designed to say, we all do emergency management really well. We all know what to do if there's a big hurricane, or in the case of New York, a big snowstorm, things like that. Everybody knows, this is how you protect your local resources. If you get overwhelmed, this is how you ask the state for help. This is how the state calls the president and says, we need a disaster declaration. Everybody knows how that happens. Once the floodwaters come, as we saw with Harvey and things like that, people know you can call the National Guard and they will come with boats and these things will happen. But when someone says cyber, you go, oh my gosh, what do? We have no idea what to do. And more importantly, what they found, what the Army Cyber Institute was looking at is, you've got the emergency managers over here and they know what to do. And you have the IT people who deal with IT threats and stuff all the time, but they don't actually talk to each other. So if you have a big cyber incident in a city that impacts city services, what happens? Do they even talk to each other? Do they even know each other? So they did this exercise and they called it Jack Voltaic. And before you ask me, there was no person, Jack Voltaic. It wasn't named after anybody. Apparently they made up the name. But a lot of people, one of the myths is, figure out who Jack Voltaic is. Doesn't exist. So now you know something inside people don't know. So for the Jack Voltaic 1 exercise, they did it in the city of New York, and they used only city of New York resources. So they had fire department of New York, they had New York police, but it was very contained to just the city of New York. And they did this exercise, and what they came up with as a learning point was, pretty much what they had thought, in that the city knew how to do things, but they didn't know how to integrate IT and emergency response at the same time. The scenario that they had was they had a natural disaster that the emergency managers were working at the same time that they had some IT issues that erupted. And so how did they work together? And they found out they pretty much didn't. So that was their exercise. From there, they wanted to see, okay, that was one city and we see it there and we came up with lessons learned. What happens if we do it for a bigger area where you have multiple jurisdictions involved, you have multiple people that are really used to working well together in different things, but we don't know if they've ever tried a cyber exercise. So they approached the city of Houston and the Houston region because we had just finished the Super Bowl. We had just finished the World Series. There were numerous things that had come into play that we had proved the city of Houston and the Houston region knew how to do emergency response and special events really well. And we thought, we've got this. We have the Fusion Center. We have people that are used to working together. Not only do they work together well within the region, but we also work with our state partners well. We work with our federal partners well. I mean, Super Bowl, we had, all kinds of media attention, and yet we had it handled, and everyone knew that it was a big success. So the Army Cyber Institute approached the city of Houston and said, would you be interested in having this exercise here? We think it would really test a good region that has proved they worked well together. We want to see how this works. And so Jack Canagriff was actually very instrumental in helping, coordinating all of these efforts. Umesh and Cyber Houston really stepped in to bring in the private industry involvement in all of this, and he'll talk more about that in a minute. And we did the Jack Will Take 2 exercise. And so it was held last July. As part of that, what we figured out was lessons learned. Houston did well. We did identify many areas that we could improve. One of the things that we pretty much all agreed on was the most important part of the entire exercise was not the exercise itself. It was all the planning that led up to it. Because we started with the first planning meeting, and we know these are the 5 departments that need to be involved. And we talked to them. And then we got to the first meeting, and those 5 departments said, so-and-so really needs to be here. We really need to be talking to them. Oh, have we thought about this other thing? And so it was through the year of planning that we actually built a lot of the relationships that said, you know what, if we have something, here's the person that I can call that can help me, or here's the person that might be going through the same thing. And so it built the relationships between emergency management and IT. It built the relationships even among the emergency managers that were used to working together with each other through like the Super Bowl and things like that. It brought them all together to say, and here's how we would handle a cyber incident. The actual scenario that we used was a hurricane that hit, and while the hurricane was going on, there were impacts to other areas. We had representatives from CenterPoint Energy were part of it. We had other people that were associated with governmental entities such like the Port of Houston and things like that that participated in the exercise. We had state players that were involved. So people from the Texas National Guard were part of it. The military units were there, along with like Texas Department of Information Resources. All these people came together. The corporate sponsor for JV2 was AECOM, which does critical infrastructure protection at a national and international level. So they were one of the major contributors as well. So there's a whole research paper you can read about everything that happened. But the key takeaways that we got was we do a good job in Houston, but we need to build on this. And at a state level, we really need to see how can we facilitate these types of exercises and conversations at a state level. So one of the things that came out of the last legislative session was the idea that we need to establish an information sharing organization for the state that can facilitate some of these conversations. We need to increase the resources that are available to local governments, K through 12 school districts, people that are not necessarily directly under state agency authority, but certainly we have a vested interest in protecting those infrastructures as well. And so we're looking at the resources that can be provided, whether they be military or civilian or through collaborations that can all serve to really solidify how do we respond to these types of incidents. So you'll see a lot of things coming out at the state level in those regards. The other thing that we really looked at was how can we leverage our academic institutions? So one of the things that came out of the original council report was that we have NSA Centers of Academic Excellence throughout the state. We also have best practices throughout the state. So for instance, the Cyber Houston, the Essentials assessment tool that you saw this morning, that's a best practice. That's something that there are people in municipalities across the state that can really benefit from and have benefited from. So how do we increase visibility for those programs? And as we are working with our academic institutions, our four-year institutions, our two-year institutions, all of those, how can we better promote some of the information sharing objectives and increase the workforce for cybersecurity professionals? So you'll hear a panel after us later this afternoon that will talk more about those academic opportunities. You've already heard about several of them here at HCC. Those are the types of things that we really want to promote, not only because it's good for our kids and good for their careers, but also because it strengthens our ability as a state to be able to respond to a lot of these threats. So that is overall the things that are going on at the state level. I will tell you that you will probably be hearing a lot more of the cyber objectives over the next 6 to 8 months as a lot of the legislative actions are actually implemented and put in place and operationalized. So things such as the awareness program training, those types of things, as the information sharing. As we have more incidents like the ransomware attack 2 weeks ago, you will see more of a visible effort at the state level to coordinate a lot of these responses. That's what I've got.
Well, thank you, Mary. We'll take questions at the end of this presentation. So if you have questions for Mary, just hold on and we'll be right there. Okay, so now it's, I guess it's my turn to talk about Cyber Houston. And what do we need to do to get this up there?
It is there. Well,
It's actually, there we go. I think they're putting it up.
This wouldn't be a real technology presentation if there wasn't some type of issue. So that's how you know this is genuine and not, you know.
One screen, Emma? Okay, all right, here we go. All right, so you've heard a little bit about, you've heard the name Cyber Houston, so let's give you a little, all day long, let's give you a little background on Cyber Houston. So Cyber Houston is committed to ensuring business leaders in the greater Houston region are educated and prepared to conduct day-to-day cyber activities in a safe, secure, and private manner. Our whole focus is on businesses, and what we do is we have convened some of the area's best cybersecurity minds and business leaders who think about things from an enterprise perspective. We have enterprise experts who take their learnings, distill that down, and present it in what we call economical, digestible, and sensible, practical information back to small and medium-sized entities with the primary purpose of making sure that those entities improve their cyber posture, become more resilient, and in that way are able to be better partners and more resilient partners, more reliable partners back to the enterprise. So this means service providers and supply chain folks. It's all about guidance being given to that segment. Interestingly, the whole initiative got started through the Greater Houston Partnership, and it was formed as the Greater Houston Partnership Cybersecurity Task Force. So we were incubated at the partnership. After about 2 years of work at the partnership realized that it was becoming much more mature than they had subject matter experts on board to help us with. So they said, Umesh, you've chaired this initiative. What do you want to do with it? How do we help you to keep it going? So we said, okay. We went back to our founding members who you've seen all day long through the different panels, and you will see the rest of the afternoon. And we said, what do we do? And what we decided to do was to keep the coalition together and create it as a cyberhouston.org facility and continue to provide high quality information to the communities. So our goal is to develop a trusted community of well-informed business leaders by providing high-quality information and learnings in partnership with several other organizations in town. And we're very active on social media, so please make sure if you want to stay up to date with initiatives or events or directions, releases, follow us on any of these platforms. So these are some of the logos of the most active members of the Greater Houston Cybersecurity Council. Now, what is also being done, and I would like to let you all know that we are moving out of the phase of being just a coalition. And Loch Lord, Andy, you were on this panel earlier today. So thank you, Andy and Loch Lord, for leading the process. And Loch Lord is providing all the pro bono services to help Cyber Houston become its own 501c3. And so that should be happening this quarter. And why is that important? Because as we go forward, a 501c3 allows us to start partnering more with the state DIR initiatives, with the City of Houston initiatives, with the county initiatives, and with academia. So a lot of, again, also start applying for some national grants. So that's what's going on over there. We have created the Houston Cyber Summit, which you've heard about earlier, as a platform for our members, our founding members, and several other members of the council and other world-class leaders to present at the event several tracks across different multiple sectors and different partnerships. So we had about 425 people attend the event in February, and many members of who've spoken today, you have already heard from them. The resources that are being created by Cyber Houston are all free. All resources and all tools, they are developed through civic-minded volunteers. No one is paid, believe it or not. Mr. Don Wang, my good friend, founder of and CEO of Metro Bank, that falls right in line with your civic initiatives that you have led for so many years. But all volunteer activity. We've put out cybersecurity and business vitality guides. They are about to be revised this year, and hopefully we will have a new guide focused on what enterprises need to do, as well as small and medium-sized businesses need to do to secure their enterprises. We have a cybersecurity for the Board of Directors guidance document. These documents are all available under the Resources tab on the Cyber Houston website. This particular document was led by Mary Dickerson and Elizabeth Rogers, and with a lot of input from the rest of the Cyber Houston Council. And then, oops, I went a little too far. And then we have the Cyber Preparedness Assessment in paper form, the PDF version. And you saw the 11 categories, 6 or 67 point assessment earlier. As I mentioned, they are all available right there from the Cyber Houston website. And you'll have already seen the assessment tool. Now, what is important is that from the very beginning, Cyber Houston had this vision of bringing together the world-class leaders from the private sector, academia, and government. And so what we are finding now is that with all the advent of very highly visible ransomware attacks, phishing attacks, business email compromise, email fraud, account takeover, we have put all the effort in, and now we have this opportunity to partner with HCC Corporate. And Maya was here earlier, and it's through her division of entrepreneurial initiatives that we're taking the content from the assessment and we are productizing that, putting it into courseware that is going to be taught through HCC Corporate. And they are, and so they're on, I think there are what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 topics, and they're called hot topics in cybersecurity. Now, the interesting thing about these topics is that now everybody who is hearing about the assessment can learn how to not only use the assessment, but what goes on behind the scenes in detail. So we're talking about lunch and learns, we're talking about 4-hour classes, we're talking about 6 to 8 hour topics, we're talking about having those in-person, online, or in a hybrid. And then the deal here is that there is a fund called the Skills Development Fund with the Texas Workforce Commission. And there are two types of fund, there are two parts to that fund. One part of it is for companies with less than 99 employees, and another part of it is for companies above 99 employees. What happens with that is that that's monies that is reserved for people that are employed. So while we are all as employers paying our employment taxes to the state, that money goes into this fund and is being used to help train and keep employed people skilled up. There's another whole part of monies at the commission for unemployed. But right now, this is the fund that is important to note because companies can get up to $1,800 per year per employee worth of training coming through these kinds of classes. So it'll be at no cost back to the company. The cost is in time that you give an employee to go through these classes. So keep that in mind. Keep an eye on this. It's very important that you should know about it because it's coming down the pike and it's going to be taught, and some of the material will be taught by several of the people that you've already seen up on stage today. So you're getting the people from Lock Lord, you're getting the director of security, you're getting the CIO of Heinz, Jesse, Mel Navarez from Centerpoint. You see all these individuals have maybe Mary. All of these individuals have already signed up and to say that they will support the effort and help teach as and where needed. Again, all volunteer efforts here. So just keep that in mind, it's coming. The other product that we give away, the tool, is a free cyber scan. You've heard a lot about basic blocking and tackling. You heard about dormant accounts. You heard about a lot of things that are very basic: passwords, multi-factor authentication. I want to give you some amazing statistics that we have begun to gather, and hopefully this begins to not just leave it out there as just nebulous, but I start bringing this together for you. So this scan has been conducted and given away in over 500 businesses with less than 1,000 employees is the target. And I'm going to show you some stats that have been compiled over the last 15 months. 62% have the default admin account not disabled. So you all have already heard a lot about this, that all systems have an admin account and there's a default admin account. You're supposed to turn that off and create another account and then monitor that. But 62% have not disabled the default admin account. 63% have passwords with less than 4 characters. That means that they have a password policy that allows for very few characters. Again, it's ease of use. We find this over and over again with family-owned businesses or third generation, second generation businesses. They say, "By golly, I'm king. I own the company. I'm the CEO. I'm the owner. Security is for everybody else. I only want to put in 2 characters or 3 characters." 68% have no account lockout provisions enabled. That means that you can keep brute forcing an account and trying a password, and it doesn't lock your account out. When we dig in and ask why, it's again, these companies with less than 1,000 employees have very scarce IT resources, and IT is considered an overhead, and it's also viewed as a productivity tool, not as a security tool. And so when you have an account lockout, it takes effort to have to go and investigate it and turn it off and turn it on again. And so it's just a matter of resources and time. 73% have no monitoring of user or admin users. Again, what we're finding with small and mid-sized businesses is that monitoring creates a lot of data, and it's like a video surveillance tool. If you have a video surveillance tool and you have all of this videotape, what good is it unless you are actually looking at it and reviewing it? So monitoring data is creating a lot of logs, and you have a lot of information, but you don't have the resources to keep up with it. Now, so these are all in increasing order of percentage. You have 74% that have dormant accounts with admin privileges. Why is that the case? We're finding that there are several reasons, but the biggest reason comes down to employee churn. When you have an administrator who's been there for a while and then you have a new administrator come in, that administrator doesn't want applications to stop working on his or her watch. They want to be the hero, they don't want to be the villain. And so they will create a new user or new group, and they will leave the old users and the old groups dormant because they just don't want to have to take the chance of some applications that just stop working. Again, scarce IT resources, scarce, and they want, and their whole job is one of keeping systems up and running, and integrity of the system is not necessarily the key idea. 82% have not enabled password expiration policies. Again, convenience. Again, it takes work. They don't want, I think you heard Peter, I think he said something about the fact that there was a large car dealer in town who doesn't want the passwords expiring in the middle of the day when his salespeople are writing up sales deals. Again, nobody has really informed him of the other alternatives. 91% of these small companies have applications where no MFA is enabled. That's your multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication is where you have one form of authentication, then you get a text message or a code back and you have to enter in another. So it's 2 or 3 interactions. That's multi-factor authentication. So it's all about weak internal security controls, weak access controls, and very poor cyber hygiene. So again, follow us on LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. Today's event's being live streamed. And with that, I want to thank you very much, and we'll open it up for questions. Okay, so I have a question for you, Mary. Maybe it'll get it started. So with the recent, what is it, House Bill 3834, is that the right number? And the state cybersecurity coordinator's role of implementing security awareness programs across the different agencies. Can you help us put a scope on that as to, is it just the agencies, or is it also people and contractors and suppliers back to the agencies? And what does that really mean in terms of some numbers?
So I don't have any exact numbers. The way the legislation was written, and we're still trying to interpret some of it, because keep in mind the way that legislative bills are done is they have sponsors both in the House and the Senate that pass these bills. They do get advice and guidance as to what the language in the bills needs to be, but ultimately they're not written by IT professionals or necessarily experts in the field. And so we have to take what is actually passed, because that's all a negotiation process anyways. We have to take what's actually passed and figure out how to implement it. There are some questions that are still associated with House Bill 3834 that DIR is still trying to work with the legislature's representatives to figure out exactly what it means. What I can tell you is that it directly applies to all state agencies. It also applies to local governments. That would include municipalities. It would include K through 12 school districts, which fall under the Texas Education Agency. It definitely affects all of those. It also affects people that do business with those entities, because now, according to the legislation, they have to undergo the same awareness training and certification that the state agency employees have to if they interact with information resources. Now, interact with information resources is a subject to interpretation phrase that they're trying to figure out exactly what does that mean. So they're looking at, if you have someone that you hire as a cabling contractor, because they're dealing with the network cables, does that fall under they also have to be trained? It's a little more clear if you hire a contractor that's going to run one of your information servers, that is going to provide file services to you. Those types of things make it a little more clear. It's also not clear, is that everyone in that contracting company, or is it only those employees that are actually interacting with the state agency? How is that defined? So there are some of those things that we're still trying to understand what the legislation is. It is anyone that is doing business with the state after June 14th of this year is when it applies, and you have until June of next year, 2020, to be in compliance. To be in compliance, you have to utilize a certified state awareness program. As of right now, there are 0 that have been certified because we're still trying to work through the process of what does that look like to be certified. So DIR is required to certify at least 5 programs this fiscal year. You can do the math. There's 150 state agencies. There's exponentially more when you include every K through 12 school district, every local municipality. So clearly we're going to have to certify more than 5 programs. There's also an exemption for if the entity has a full-time dedicated cybersecurity position that is filled, then that agency can claim an exemption for a certified program. The expectation is they have someone that's looking after security, so at least for the first year, you can be exempted from having to use one of the certified programs. But a lot of school districts even don't have that position, so they're not exempt. The question has come up, is that something they have to develop in-house? Is it something they have to go buy? We don't yet know what those certified programs will look like. We know that we are trying to put in place a variety of options. So if you already have a program in place, then you might be able to just get your program certified. If you don't have a program in place, there should be some vendor options that you can purchase or subscribe to their services. There's also an opportunity for free resources to be available to where you could, University of Houston could offer our program to someone free of charge because we've already developed it. There are a lot of things that are being looked at and talked about, but at this moment, we just don't know what that looks like. The DIR is posting a lot of information on their website. What are some of the qualifications that we're already understanding based on the legislation that you have to have as part of your program? Even if you're not subject to it, I suggest that that would be a good place for you to look to see, does your awareness program, meet these different requirements? Because that makes a better program. So look for those things probably in the October timeframe. timeframe, there'll be a lot more definite guidance about who this does apply to and what you need to do to be in compliance.
Yes, Phil.
Yes, sir.
Is there opportunities for people to be involved in Cyber Houston? If so, how might they do that?
Cyber Houston.
So we have monthly cybersecurity leadership forum hours where we have a high quality, speaker. It's held at, these events are held every second Thursday of every month at Houston Exponential, which used to be the old Houston Technology Center. We have council meetings. Reach out to us at info@cyberhouston.org, or reach out to any of the people that you've seen speak today or on the panel, and we will get you information on how you can get involved and how you can contribute to the next generation of guidance that we're going to be working on. And bring your civic-minded hat on, because we are all about volunteering and making our region a better place.
So let me address that question also for the state level. So the Texas Cybersecurity Council does take applications for people that would like to be members or partners. There is an application process since it's an official state council. And if you go to the DIR website, there's a link for the Texas Cybersecurity Council, and it explains what that application process is. I will tell you, having been involved in many different organizations and efforts, the Cyber Houston is an excellent opportunity to really get actionable insight into what's going on in cyber in Houston. We have a really dynamic group. We have a very dynamic environment. And one of the benefits, no one can know everything there is to know about cyber. It's not possible, and it changes way too fast. But having a trusted group of people, colleagues that you can go to meetings, that you can talk to, that you can rely on products that get put together like the assessment tools is really invaluable. It's amazing. You don't necessarily have to know Umesh personally to get the benefits of his expertise and his wisdom in what you see in the products that are online. So I encourage you to find these opportunities and volunteer for them, because you get out of it so much more than you put into it, but it's also fun to put stuff into it too.
Yeah, and again, it's all about partnerships. And so a lot of partnerships you've seen today at the private company level. You're seeing it at the city level and the county level with Jack and Gary Sperger. And the city has been so kind as to give us space free of charge at the Georgia Brown Convention Center in order to make, to bring events together. Yes, Jack, thank you very much. And then academia with U of H and HCC and HBU and Lone Star and HISD and now Aldine. These are all partnerships that all come together. So you've got government, private entity, and academia. And then we are also working heavily at the state level with Cyber Texas out of San Antonio and Cyber Command, US Cyber Command out of San Antonio as well, and then with DIR in Austin. So get involved. And, I couldn't say enough about appreciating HCC for all of their help and support that they have provided in bringing more awareness to this topic, as well as including some of the materials from our cyber preparedness assessment into workforce solutions, which are going to be subsidized by your workers' compensation dollars. So with that, it's right at time, and I would thank you very much for your attention. And with that, I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Phil Beckett. He's the CEO of HASA, which is a health information exchange that covers San Antonio, Austin, Dallas, etc. A little bit about Phil. Phil has been an architect, one of the chief architects around the first version of the assessment tool that you saw today. He was very involved, along with Jesse and with Andy Sawyer and Peter Thomas, to put together the first framework, which mapped everything to NIST standards. And he was prior to his role as CEO of HASA, he was the CTO and CIO at the Greater Houston Health Connect, and helped bring all the institutions at the medical center together on a common HIE platform. One other piece of information that you might like to know is that he is an avid sailor. And every once in a while, he'll go off and say, Umesh, I won't be in connectivity because I'll be off sailing. And then all of a sudden, I get a text message from him saying, I'm in the middle of so-and-so. I said, I thought you were going to be out of connection. But he's he's a guy who hardly sleeps. He probably sleeps 3 hours a night. And the other thing is that he is the consummate planner. Prior planning prevents poor performance. He is the type of guy that will plan for 7 months on how to pack his truck up with parts to build and lumber and light fittings and doors and windows in order to hand build solely just by himself and try to figure out how to take this big beam and put it up and build his log cabin on the Guadalupe. So with that, please welcome Dr. Phil Beckett.
Thanks, Umesh. That's very kind of you. I appreciate being here and all of you and doing this. So I wanted to. I'm up on the screen. Oh, good. So healthcare gets personal fast. Let me start with a question. How much do you think your medical record is worth on the dark web? Put your hand up. $1, $10, $100, $1,000. Right. Right on. So, you do see healthcare breaches, but you see why it is so attractive to people who want to make money is to get access to your healthcare records. And the reason is there's a lot of, I'm getting a little bit of feedback then. There's a lot of personal identity information in there so that I can easily spoof being somebody else if I've got your health record information. I was just at a conference. The other part of health is around sharing data. HASA is a health information exchange. We really connect physicians and hospitals together across Texas, as Umesh mentioned. We're in San Antonio, in Dallas, west out to Lubbock, in the rural parts of Texas as well. And the real reason around that is that when you go to the physician, you want them to know what your allergies are, what medications you're on, so that they can provide the best support for you and the best health care. And so you need to, as a healthcare provider, you need to be able to share information. I was just at a conference in Maryland last week with all other health information exchanges from around the country. And there's a physician there. He leads another health information exchange in another state. I won't mention his name, but although he talked about this story, but it is PHI if I mention the name. But he was talking about his daughter. His 17-year-old daughter was having tremors, otherwise perfectly healthy young woman, and having these problems, and gone to several doctors. He's a physician too. Didn't know what's going on. In the end, they do imaging, and she's got a tumor on her brain. So he's worried to death. What is this? And his brother's a radiologist in another place. As I say, he's part of what we do is around securely exchanging medical records, but he couldn't get a way to do it. In the end, to get his daughter's radiology images, and this is a few months ago, he has to put them in a sealed box and send them by mail. And that was the securest and way that he got to do it. So we've still got a long way to go. But I'm going to talk today about protecting healthcare records. Laws in there. One is HIPAA, the big one. It really stands for Health Information Portability and Accountability Act. It really was not primarily about locking down records. Again, this was around portability and accountability and being able to share so that patients or us as individuals had the opportunity to go somewhere, to move around, to get a different health insurance as we move employers, or to get a different doctor, or to choose to go to the hospital, so that this information was portable. There's two components to that, and a privacy rule, which is really around protecting that individual's privacy and information so that only the right people get the information. It has a concept of minimum necessary in there so that I should only see your health records if I have a need to know if I'm a treating physician or if I'm taking care of you, or I'm a family member who you've given permission, only in that respect. And then there's a security rule, which is more around what we're talking today, is how do you protect that information electronically? Um, the Office of Civil Rights oversees this. They have a lot of money to investigate and fine, heavy fines for violating these laws. So it's in every healthcare provider's interest to stay up to date with these. And please, if there's any questions on these, not that I'm a super HIPAA expert, but hopefully I know it, please interrupt me. The second was that, so that was 97. 2009 High-Tech Act. So part of this came out of a RAND report or Institute of Medicine in 96 saying that we killed 86,000 people a year through medical errors, just through, not through bad actors, but just through somebody not knowing the information on that patient. And there was a real promotion then for getting physicians and hospitals on electronic health records. There's been subsequent, so now that's almost, I would say hospitals are 100% electronic health records. Physician offices probably 75%. There's a few on paper still, looking to retire that way, never move to electronic, but the vast majority now use electronic health records. And the impetus behind that, again, was that if you share information, if a physician or your clinical care team know about you, they can take better care of you, and we're gonna have less accidents. So that the High-Tech Act was really, again, around promoting secure and private sharing of electronic health records. So how do you do that? Coming right up to date now, 2019, the 21st Century Cures Act is still being negotiated. It is a big part of this, again, is improving the flow of information exchange between electronic health records. There is components of this. There's a trusted exchange framework. So this is really doing a national standard of what is exchanged, how is it exchanged, what are the protocols for that, and then getting the vendors that are all involved, all of us that are involved in that business, the electronic business of sharing electronic health records, using those standards and making sure that they're secured. Sort of summarizing that, I'm talking about physicians' offices here, but who should I be sharing information with? Really only another covered entity. Under the law, a covered entity is an organization that provides healthcare services, or a business associate. So if I'm sharing with a billing system or a third party, who does business for me, or even looks after my servers, provides software for me, I have a business associates agreement then with which defines what that contract is, what that arrangement is, what my liability is, what their liability is. So as a clinical group, you should always have a business associate agreement with everybody that you're sharing data with. So that's your kind of legal coverage. And then, of course, a relationship with the patient. Nobody should be looking up records on other patients. So, for example, in a hospital or a physician's office, they have one electronic health record. You can, in theory, there's no technical barriers. You can look up every patient's record that's within your practice. But if you're not actually seeing that patient at the time, you don't have a relationship with that patient, or you're a staff in that office and your neighbor happens to be a patient there as well, it is illegal to go in and look at those records, even though there's no technical barriers in there other than the audit trails, which Umesh was talking about, and how do you manage that and look at what people are doing. So what's covered? So it's all protected health information. That's pretty well defined, but it's anything that is identifiable to a person. So that's your name, address, social security number, as well as all your lab results, test results, etc. And then there are special provisions for substance abuse that's even covered in more detail. There's Federal Code 42 CFR Part 2, which states that you can only share substance abuse data with another specified provider for a certain length of time. So I could say, you know, I'm okay with my physician or my psychologist sharing my substance abuse data with Dr. Verma's office for the next 100 days, for example, but then it gets cut off. So that there are special cases around that. And then there's use agreements of how you can use that data as well. So typically this is a payment. I'm recovering money for services. Treatment, I'm a physician taking care of you, and other healthcare operations are kind of broadly covered in that group of managing patients. So and a lot of this you've heard already. So I think I'm hoping to give us maybe some practical advice on this, because we're now talking about small businesses. You know, a lot of these physician offices have one or two physicians, several employees. I've been to one. It was interesting as you were showing that data around small businesses, what they do. There's a practice I went to in San Angelo, and I was just horrified. You know, their password was super simple. Everybody knew it in the office, or everybody used the same one in the office. So there was like a shared password. Not only that, it was written down and stuck on the computer screen. I'm like, why do you need to write that down? You know, password 1, 2, 3, or whatever it was. You know, everybody could remember it. So a lot of it's aware, but how not to share or store. So that, I mean, the story that I like to talk to them. One, nothing that looks like on the left of the screen should ever leave your office. You know, that's human readable. That should never ever go outside the physician's office. So it should never go out unencrypted. Just a hard rule. Email is not encrypted. It should never go that way. You know, thumb drives may be encrypted, maybe not. Just don't use them. Social media, even though patients, you know, us as patients, we post things we probably shouldn't on Facebook about our health, but as a physician's office, you should never be sharing that kind of information there. PowerPoint, you know, this is fake data that I've got on here, so never want to be showing, or in a demonstration, you know, you're showing product, or you're showing, you know, you're sharing. Physician's office showing somebody an example should never contain patient's real information. Portable devices, and also know who you're sending to. So there's a protocol in the healthcare using called direct secure messaging. It's pretty crude, but it's basically secure email, but it's not SMTP. It's a different protocol, but it works in the same way. But the difference in that is that the address that you get in there, you can't just sign up and get an address. To get a direct secure address, to be a recipient, you have to have gone through a verification process and prove that you're a physician, somebody signed off on that, so that when you send that information, you know who the recipient is. So how to share? So again, now this is just encrypted. It's just a hash. It looks like that one is going out. You're good. So it should go encrypted, you know, to a known recipient. I talked about direct secure messaging. We use a lot of web services with transport layer security. Typically, we use as well client authentication. So that means you've got a digital certificate, but the receiving end has to prove that it has the private key. It's, you know, you've got the public key, you do the encryption, you send it to the other end. But before that transaction will happen, that server on the other end has to prove that it's got the private key as well to decrypt that. Site-to-site VPN tunnels and secure file transfer protocols. Those are, again, some of these are fairly simple things, but making sure that all of the transport is encrypted. And this is applicable to all small businesses, but to talk to clinicians a lot. Be strategic. You know, you can't protect everything, and you heard this morning as well. It's impossible to protect everything. This stuff's going to happen eventually. So thinking about in the matrix that Peter talked about, what's the risk versus what's the value? So what are the most valuable pieces of information I've got? Um, this impacts my reputation as well. So doing the risk assessment, using the tool from Cyber Houston, using other tools, go through that, but then do a risk stratification as well. What is the data? Obviously, the clinical data that you've got, the electronic health record is super important. You've got other important information in there, but make sure you're protecting that first. Manage those high risks, and then insure the rest. Cyber insurance is available. It's out there for a reason, and you should get it for what you can. I think the going estimate at the moment for physicians' offices, if you do or when you have a breach, should I say that it's about $140 per patient to do all the notifications to the patients that were affected. So just paying the cost of that can put you out of business. If you breach more than 500 individual records, it has to go into the press. It has to go to the newspaper, and you have to publicly announce that as well. So that's a huge reputation loss. So that's obviously a big risk that you want to protect. So I want to talk a little bit about high trust. Not that I'm recommending anybody does this, but high trust is a mixture of the controls sort of melded for the healthcare industry. It's an investment to go through it. Our own organization, HASA, is going through this. We're probably 3/4 of the way through it. It's maybe a $100,000 investment or something like that, plus time. So it's certainly not insignificant. Some vendors now, or some partners in healthcare, especially the health plans, the payers, Humana, Aetna, are going to be requiring this soon. Others, so eventually it will become a necessity to do business. But I think it's a good framework. It goes through a lot of the controls or the domains, again, similar to the ones that you've seen in the Cyber Houston assessment. Access control. So how do you access your data? This includes the password policy. Who has access? Human resources. Do you do background checks on your employees? Do you do background checks on your vendors? Do you know when the cleaning staff come in at night? Do you know who they are? And do they have to log that? And things like the risk management. Are you stratifying? And how do you manage that? And how do you have an ongoing process? And do you report that to a board or to CEO who's the security policies really talks about all of the security. You remaining in compliance to policies can also be a hazard. If you've got policies on the shelf, you're not following those policies. The Office of Civil Rights comes in and opens up your policies and said you would check that you got antivirus on your computers once every month. Where's the documentation to show that? You don't have it, because you're going to get a fine, a big one. So having your policies and procedures, and then being able to, and I'll come back to that, what we do, just some sort of practical solutions for that. So don't let me forget to say what we do. I think the other is business continuity. What happens? How do you keep your business going when you get ransomware and all your data is encrypted? You don't want to pay that ransom. It's not a smart way to go. It encourages other people to ransom other people. Or another thing happens. You lose data. You have an issue. How do you manage that? Having these plans in place so that you don't have to think about them on the fly when it comes to that day is really critical, because you make mistakes then and just make the situation worse. Controls. There's really 5 domains. One is the policy. So this is where I say, for example, with us, HASA will review its policies every 12 months, or if we have a significant event like a breach or a change in. Do we want to deny that, Bianca? Yeah, so we have a policy that says that. Then there's a process that says how we're going to do it, what is going to be involved in that review of the policies. And it also says who's going to do it. So this all has named persons in there as well, or at least their roles. This is a security officer, this is a privacy officer. Then there's the implementation process, which is really where I was talking about, how you're going to do it, and also document it. So you're measuring these things. So this is where we, for example, we use Microsoft Flow in this. It's part of Office 365, so it really doesn't cost us any more money. Office 365 is pretty cheap anyway. But we've built in there, we go through our policies and we say, we'll review the policies every 12 months. We build a rule in Microsoft Flow with a calendar event in it. And it says, every 12 months, this thing will repeat, and it fires an email off to me since I'm the one responsible for doing that. It also builds in SharePoint, just a line item that says, it fills in most of it, hey, review policies, et cetera, and who's responsible, that it's not done as well. And then when it is done, when I've done the work, I can go and change that to completed, and if there were any action items. But that also gives me on that SharePoint site a whole list of all the events that we've done, and those they're created every time whether somebody does it or not, so I can look at all the things that are not in compliance or that we haven't done. So again, easy way to measure, which is that fourth point. Again. And then finally is to manage, is to course correct. As you're doing these things, as you're looking at it, you need to be agile and responsive to new threats, new hardware that you've got, new people that you've brought on board. How are you continually refreshing that? So this is my last slide, and I really want to, hopefully we can have some more dialogue on this. Don't need to just hear me talking. But the low-hanging fruit. For us, we're a small business. There's only 7 of us in the whole organization. We're pretty tiny. But a password manager, we use LastPass ourselves. That nothing's perfect, but LastPass means that everybody in our organization has like a 30-character passcode to get into LastPass. We use passphrases just because they're easier to remember, and so nobody writes them down. From a brute force attack, the length is all that matters. It doesn't have to be. The computer doesn't care what characters are in there. And then we have 2-factor authentication on that as well. So we've got multi-factor authentication. Then after that, downstream of that, all of the passwords that we use, they're all unique and they're all complicated and long, but nobody ever has to use them. Remember them. They're automatically put in there. So it means really we only have one password to remember. When it comes to auto update, it's easy to manage. You just click on there, updates that password. You never knew it anyway. The only one you have to remember is to update is when the last password. But multi-factor authentication, and I've put biometrics in here. Again, physicians tend to be an impatient bunch and don't like to spend a lot of time clicking keyboards. So where possible, like you've already got here on the mobile phone, you can use face recognition on here. You can use your thumbprint. There's the same devices for the computer. It just makes it easy in terms of a workflow. It helps with, so how do you make secure way the easy way as well? So using biometrics as a second factor authentication, it can ease the workflow. Hosted electronic health records. I don't know why any small, and probably this is my Phil's bias, but why any small business would want a server in their break room or under their desk anymore. There's great cloud solutions for this. Other people managing your software and hardware much better than you have it in the office in a much more secure manner. Office 365, I still get a lot of our groups out there, they're using Gmail accounts. They're just not secure. Office 365, there's data loss policies in there that you can use. There's also, you can set up rules to try and look at the text of an email or you can just put a simple word that you choose, like secure, if it can be obvious in the subject line, and it'll automatically encrypt that email for you. So again, thinking about workflow, how do I make it easy for my employees just to do the right thing? I can try to capture some of this. I got policies, but also how do I put processes in place that make it easy for them? Full backups, again, just recently more hospitals paying for ransomware because they didn't have a backup. They paid the ransom. It was the only way to access their data. It just seems like a no-brainer, but having a full secure backup that's not contaminated is a protection from phishing because somebody's going to click on that email. Assigned personnel, so having a security and privacy officer, again, really for healthcare, this comes under the high-tech and the HIPAA requirements that you really need, but it makes sense as well. It doesn't have to be a full-time job, but having a person assigned that role, they need to be in your policies and procedures saying, the security officer will do this or the privacy officer will do that. An incident plan, again, for when things go wrong, being ready with public relations, who's going to talk to the press, who's going to do what, who's going to, and just having that process already predefined before that incident happened. And then, as I mentioned before, cyber insurance it's expensive when you do get a breach, and not having that cyber insurance can certainly put you out of business. As we have about, as HASA, we have about 10 million in coverage for cyber insurance. We try to protect our data. Obviously, this is people's personal data as well, and so we are super diligent about it. But having that, if we do have an incident, so that to help cover with those things, I think is critical. So with that, I will open it up to questions. I've only my panel of one. I can ask myself questions.
Hello.
Thanks, Cindy.
Hello, Dr. Beckett. My name is Marilyn Harris. I'm a clinician. I'm also a student in the cybersecurity program here. And I have a question about certification. For someone that has a healthcare background, what type of initial certification does if they were interested in information security? Thank you.
So thank you. Thanks for the question. You mean for an individual or for an organization? The individual. It's a good question. I'm probably not the right one to answer that. I would ask the audience. In terms of the organization, definitely the high trust is the way to go. That's the gold standard at the moment. For individual persons, I don't know, Umesh,
Okay, so I'll answer it. There's a lot of different security certifications that are out there. A good entry level one is Security Plus because it gets you some basic information. The gold standard really is like the CISSP, which is through ISC squared, and it is 12 domains. It's very in depth, and it takes a lot of not only experience to even sit for the exam, you have to apply, but it also takes a very in-depth knowledge. So I would probably start with Security Plus. A lot of the schools in the area, HCC and other schools, offer certification classes that you can go to where it gives you the basic information, and at the end of the course, you can take the certification exam. But I would look into something like that to start with.
Thank you, Mary.
Correct. So IC Square does offer certification for individuals.
Yes, and really, so even beyond healthcare, there are a lot of specialty certifications within the security area that you can get. There's a certified information security auditor, certified information security manager that are offered through ISSA. So I would suggest that you go and look at some of the security organizations and see the certifications that they offer and figure out the one that best aligns with what you want to use the certification for. But that's a very good point. There is one specific to healthcare.
Thanks, Mary. I've got another panel member now. Andy.
So, Phil, you mentioned the HIPAA and high-tech legislation, and I think it's important to just communicate to the room that you might be a healthcare provider and not know it because of the HIPAA high-tech omnibus rule of 2013. So, as of 2013, my law firm got into the healthcare business. So, we're subject to OCR audits as the doctor's office, as the hospital themselves. So if you provide or have access to medical records, as what you do as a business is if you're servicing doctors' offices or hospitals, you're a healthcare business associate and you're subject to everything that Phil's talking about.
No, you're right, Andy. Thanks for that. And I think for us, under Texas rule, House Bill 300, we're as a health information exchange, we're also a covered entity, not a business associate. So we come under cover entity rule. So the state rules impact us too.
Bigger than
it is. Affects a lot of.
From a personal perspective, you know, you guys are trying to connect all these doctors and hospitals and everything. Is there a thought around the consumer and the endpoint for us for like carrying our stuff in our pocket, you know, as we carry all our phones? Are there conversations of ultimately getting where we can carry our own stuff with us? I think of Roadhouse and carrying my folder when I can go in there for my next broken bone with Patrick Swayze. But, you know, are you guys thinking about that as you guys are trying to connect all these doctors and hospitals?
Yeah, Jesse, thanks for that. No, definitely. And some hospitals and physicians have their own patient portal, but that becomes complicated because you got to log into all these different ones. So we do have a portal on top of this that us as individuals can access that, and I'm trying to grow that. But I'm also intrigued, you know, from this conversation, I've always seen that as a potential way to help with the audit log. Well, what's the best person to look at your audit log than you? You know who you saw. So if you could expose that on here as well, hey, who's looked at my records? You're the right person to be asking those questions. I'm not sure the industry's ready for that yet, but I would love to explore that conversation too.
So this HIPAA compliant application, as long as they're online and entering data into it, it's compliant. I don't have a concern there. My concern is that they have the ability from any of the pages or forms they're working in to either print or save back to their local computer, which means then, of course, they can stick that information in their pocket. So, you know, shy of having some print control or save control, which most applications don't, they'll just let you have access. You know, how are you going to control that by means of policy?
Yeah, no, it's a great point. And eventually, some of it just comes down to policy. A similar example, I was talking with a large health plan the other day, and they were asking me, could I really prevent somebody sending themselves a secure email out of our system to their private email address and then go home and open that, you know, decrypt it and download to their own computer? And said, you know, we've got policies around that. We've got data loss prevention in our mail, so we know it happened through our audit. But at some level, it comes down to the policy. But what was interesting in that, and this is a huge healthcare insurance group, and they said, you know, that's the same for us. You know, they got the same problem. So I think, you know, and HIPAA's flexible in a way. You just have to address these things. There's no like certificate of HIPAA. It's, hey, I identified this risk. This is what I'm doing about it. This is, you know, this is the best I can do. And you just have to address those things. So yeah, I can't force, I can't technically stop somebody printing or taking a photograph of this. So I've put it down as a risk, and you're good. The OCR is not going to fine you for that.
Phil, I'm putting my patient hat on for a minute. The last time I was in the doctor's office, they gave me this big privacy consent form and said, sign this up. And I started reading some of those sections. It essentially says that I'm giving up all my rights for them to share my information with whoever they want to share it with. So from a patient side, what can I do, or what should I start asking providers to start getting them to think about the fact that I may not want to? And because if I say there are certain parts I don't want to share, they basically will deny me service. So where does a patient go with all of this?
No, I think it's a great point, Umesh, and that is, sort of semi-coercive as well, because you're there for your healthcare, you want to be taken care of, so you're going to sign on or whatever. But under the law, they can't share that data with anybody. But my questions would be, and I do this, is especially being cyber hyper aware, is asking them some of these simple questions. That you decide whether you want to take your healthcare business there or not, or you want to go down the street to someone else's. Do you use a Gmail account? Do you use multi-factor authentication? Those are because you write that long document of legalese. It's tough to comprehend for all of us as patients, me included. But those are the kind of questions that I ask to healthcare providers, because we want to raise that boat. That's part of their awareness. I think it works the circle. And you ask them those questions, and they say, "Why are you asking me this? Because you need to do it. Because it's my health records that you'll have, and you know how much they're worth. Me." I think that's a great point. Question?
Well, thank you, Phil. Thank you very much.
Well,
Let's
thank
give Phil
you.
a hand.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's a question in the back. I'm sorry.
Go on, sir.
Sorry. I just had a question about with today's atmosphere of mobile medicine, and a lot of physicians are treating patients via video conference. How can they ensure that that type is protected?
Yeah, no, you're right. With telemedicine, and this is used a lot as well in the rural parts of here in Texas, and that those healthcare providers come under the same laws and same requirements. But I think to Umesh's question, if you're using those services, and if they've provided an application like that, they exist here, you can get on your phone and I can do a conference with my physician and take a picture of my bubo or whatever it is, and they can see that. But asking those questions, hey, can you tell me that this is fully encrypted and no one can see this traffic? I think those are good questions to ask. It raises the awareness in the community that we as consumers are thinking about this stuff, even if it's not front of mind for them. They just want to make it better. Is turning this into a dinner table dialogue that we can all talk about, that cybersecurity is not something scary, it's just something we do need to talk about as a community, as a relationship between physician and patient, or between vendors, and you can ask those questions. Not taboo anymore. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It's right at 2 o'clock, and we're ready with our last panel. As they're getting seated, I'd like to invite Dr. Hodges up here for a minute. He is the president of HCC's Northwest College, so we have a second president in our mix here. So thank you for coming, and would you like to say a couple of words? Sure. And this college is under your domain, right? Thank you.
Yeah, we are really proud of this facility. I'm president of our Spring Branch, Katy, and Leaf campus, and so it's great to be here with my colleagues, even Bill Carter. Boy, what I'm reminded of, I was here this morning, and then I had to leave for a lunch, and then now I'm back. How this really epitomizes what education is becoming, or what it needs to become, because this has to be the smartest, most nimble, most progressive people who are committed to staying ahead of the game in every respect. And you are just such examples of how our world is changing, and for the title to be Transformational Cyber Summit really hits the target. So how do we instill those kind of mindsets and skill sets in all of our students so they can serve you as employees or as leaders, but then also, our country? Not a more critical question in this country, I don't think. So really glad to be a part of it. I hope you're enjoying our beautiful facility here, and please come back and follow up with us any way you want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hodges, and thank you for this beautiful facility that you have made available to us. Brand new and with all the great technology. So we're down to our last panel, and it's going to be moderated by one of Cyber Houston's very first founding members, Dr. Bill Carter, who's the Vice Chancellor and IT Provost? No. And of Information Technology at the Houston Community College. Bill and I go back almost about 20 years, and he was a founding member of the Wireless Houston initiative, and we worked on the technology infrastructure committee together at the Greater Houston Partnership when we were trying to take Houston wireless. So, and he's got a great panel of all deans. So let's give him a big hand, and let's get this panel started. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, thank you. Hello. Thank you, Amesh. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Dr. Hodges, for being here. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to ask each one of our panelists to introduce themselves and their role and what they're doing and what they do at their institution. And I'm just going to start right here on my left and kind of work all the way down to the end. So I'll start with Samir.
Thank you, Bill. So my name is Samir Saber. Hi, nice to see everyone. I'm the division chair at HEC for cybersecurity, networking, Linux, Microsoft, and those kinds of areas. I've been at HEC for 8 years. I taught part-time, then I went full-time, and so I've been the chair for a year now. Just excited to be here, really.
Good afternoon. My name is Shanad Mishi. I'm the Dean for Digital Information Technology, Computer Science faculty for 10 years. I moved into this role about a year and a half ago. Delighted to be here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Amber. I'm Dean of the College of Technology at the University of Houston. College of Technology is slightly unusual. There aren't many of us, but we're the best one of them that there are, of course. And one of the things that we pride ourselves on, because we're technology, not engineering, not natural sciences, not business, not law, or all the rest of it, that we tend to cover an awful lot of those silos. So we like to think that we're producing graduates who are career ready. Thank you.
I'm Stan Napper. I'm Dean of the College of Science and Engineering at Houston Baptist University. I came to Houston from another university, another state 2 years ago to help HBU start a new College of Engineering with degrees in engineering and cyber engineering. And then just a few months ago, they combined and brought the science programs into the College of Engineering. And so that's the college that I lead now.
Afternoon, Mike Webster, Associate Vice Chancellor for Workforce Instruction with HCC. Generally, I oversee the workforce programming for HCC, which includes our 14 centers of excellence in workforce. And I think essentially Sean would say that I'm the bureaucrat that kind of keeps them within the lines, even though he's trying to innovate.
Okay, so to start off, what I want to do is I just want to read a brief lead-in from the Center for Strategic and International Studies to set the stage for the panel. According to CyberSeek, an initiative funded by National the National Initiative for Cybersecurity Education, NICE, the United States faced a shortfall of almost 314,000 cybersecurity professionals as of January 2019. To put this in context, the country's total employed cybersecurity workforce is just 716,000 people. According to data derived from job postings, the number of unfilled cybersecurity jobs has grown by more than 50% since 2015. By 2022, the global cybersecurity workforce shortage has been projected to reach upwards of 1.8 million unfilled positions. Go back one page. Workforce shortages exist for almost every position within cybersecurity. But the most acute needs are for highly skilled technical staff. And so this panel represents the flow of those students into those highly skilled areas. And so what we're going to do is I'm going to ask a series of questions and start with different people. But my first question is, community colleges and universities in the greater Houston area offer a number of career paths for students in their cyber programs. So what I'm going to ask Sean to answer first is tell us about some of the programs that that you offer to prepare students for a career in cybersecurity.
Sure, Dr. Card, thank you. Let me first say it's a pleasure being here. We offer a 2-year degree in Associate Applied Science and Cybersecurity. What's great about the program, it's a stackable certificate, so you can start off with a level 1 certificate in cybersecurity, take 16 credit hours, then transition to the job workforce. Then if you want, you can come back and you can do the level 2 certificate, which is 38 hours, which the 16 goes directly into that. Then from there, then go back to the workforce. Then you can come back and continue with the 60 hours. And the best part is you can transfer that to a 4-year institution.
Samir, did you want to add something?
Well, we also have the continuing ed piece to this, so it adds a lot of flexibility for us. We can do workshops on the weekends and that kind of thing where professionals can come back, alumni can contribute again, right?
Maybe we can talk a little more about the Center of Academic Excellence, the cyber defense.
Sure. So we got a designation from the NSA and DHS. This happened in 2017. We are up for renewal in 2022. What it is, it's basically it designates HCC as a Center of Academic Excellence as a 2-year college. And so that's opened up a lot of opportunities for us, more grants, more jobs, opportunities for students.
So, Anthony, anything you'd like to add?
Tony, please, by the way.
Tony.
Okay, we like to feel that we have a very effective cyber program. I think 100% of our graduates from the master's program are employed on graduation. We have faculty who I would say are proper practitioners. They come in from Department of Defense and the State Department. They're working on problems which are real problems. We give them ransomware versions to play on in a safe environment. We're also looking at how the impact is on infrastructure like power plants and petrochemical things. We have a pathway for students, for example, coming from HCC into our undergraduate program in computer information systems with a track in cybersecurity. And one of those people that moved from HCC actually went on to do the master's degree and then was hired by NSA in Maryland. So I think we're doing quite well. We could do an awful lot more with more investment. I don't mean to make that as a trite statement, but yeah, we could do a lot more.
May I add to that? So we have 2 tracks. We have the workforce track, which is the Associate Applied Science and Cybersecurity, but we also offer the traditional academic route, the Associate Science. So depending on what the student is interested in doing, they may transfer directly to University of Houston, Maine for their 4-year degree in Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. So we have both options for them.
And because he added, I can add, that we're finding an awful lot more of the degrees around campus at U of H are wanting to include cybersecurity as part of their programs. So, for example, we've been approached by the business school for the MBA program to introduce a cybersecurity track, which really does make sense, over and above the fact we want to expand our bachelor's programs and also move into PhD.
Dan. Anything to add?
Even before I came to Houston Baptist, they had focused on cyber engineering as the starting point for the new College of Engineering. Cyber engineering is relatively new. It's a field that addresses the security problems at the interface of operational technology and information technology. It sits between devices and data, between hardware and software, and to some degree it sits between electrical engineering and computer science. And for that reason, the university began to also offer electrical engineering and computer science degrees. Those are the three bachelor's degrees that HBU offers right now. And all of them, to one degree or another, especially cyber engineering, address the cybersecurity workforce needs that you mentioned.
And Mike, anything to add about how all this comes together at the district level?
Yeah, I would say that, quite frankly, this is probably one of the most important programs for us at the college. And I'm going to spout off a few data points to tell you why. So in Houston, there's 15 foreign governments that maintain offices here. There's 90 nations with consular offices here. 19 foreign banks from 10 different nations that are doing work here. 35 foreign chambers of commerce. We export 17.3% of our economy is tied to exports. 60 million passengers come through Houston a year. We do 230 billion in trade, and we have 5,000, more than 5,000 companies that are doing business overseas. What that tells me is there's a lot of traffic coming in and coming out of Houston, and somehow, both physically and in cyber, we've got to figure out a way to police that. I told you I was a bureaucrat, so I'm going to tell you that's why it's important to me. We've got to find a way to police that and make sure that those are all in good intentions. And if all of this business is happening in Houston and we're not ahead of the curve in the cyber world handling that, our economy is going to suffer because businesses aren't going to want to come into Houston. So that's why it's important for us at HCC in this program in particular.
Mike, that's a great lead into my next question and comment. Cybersecurity is a dynamic and constantly changing field, both for people who are teaching it as well as people who are trying to hire people. So my question centers around what skill sets should companies be looking for when they hire a person into an entry-level cybersecurity position? And I'm going to start with you, Stan.
Sure, and you wouldn't be surprised to think that the skill sets are wide and varied, and the demand for professionals that have some cybersecurity knowledge is huge. And you mentioned CyberSeek, and I follow that regularly, and the numbers even for the Houston metro area, for the state of Texas, are larger than any of the universities all added together can fill. And so there are a wide variety of skills. I think the best thing to do as an individual or as a college or university is relate to one of the national frameworks, the NIST framework for cybersecurity. Identify those skills that you can develop within the framework of a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree, an applied degree, or a fundamental academic degree in order to prepare to meet some of the needs. I've been talking mostly with CIOs and CISOs, mostly for the companies headquartered here in Houston. And they're saying something similar to what I've said. Of course, I've been promoting engineering, the need for students with engineering skills that can also address security problems. And they're nodding their head. They're saying, how soon can you get some students out there? So that's kind of my answer. I don't expect that my university is going to address all of that need, or any of the universities can address all of that need. We have different approaches from technology to fundamental to applied.
Samir, you wanted to answer this question.
Sure. So I get that question all the time, and it's a difficult one to answer because of the nature of what we're facing, right? I mean, there's so many different areas in cybersecurity. But if you ask someone that's worked 20 years in the FBI or NSA, they'll pretty much tell you the same thing: is that students or whoever should not be concerned with the technical skills. Everyone, when you think about cybersecurity, you think it's all about hackers, blocking network security and all those things. But it's more than half of that is really, it's a business deal, right? With security compliance, policies, business continuity planning, all that, HR even, right? healthcare, all those things you have. Um, so really, soft skills are big, right? It's like Mary was saying earlier. The challenge is things are moving so fast, and we're all, like the academic route, we're always playing catch up, right? So it's really about how seasoned you are in the moment, right? So with that said, anyone can just quickly get trained within a few months to know what, to work on that given issue that that you have, right? You can have all the certs in the world, but unless you're tuned with what's going on with the task at hand, then you won't be successful. So they want people that communicate well, that work well as a team, they'll be committed. Those things are still the number one, not necessarily technical.
May I add to that? I'd like to add and just say that one is having a passion, but number two, problem solving, and also being able to communicate and articulate what you need. Because a lot of times you're going to be dealing with people that don't understand the technical aspect of it, and you're going to have to say something that's really technical to a person that does not understand the technical aspect of it. So I think being able to communicate, being passionate, and a love for this area, and always wanting to learn is so important.
Yeah, I'd like to back up that last statement. I mean, they've got to be excited by doing this. They've got to be problem solvers and inquisitive. But it's not just a sort of a mathematical type of thing. So I think you've got to go beyond a purely computer science type of approach to this. You've got to understand the sort of systems that you're dealing with in order to understand how to dig into these things. So because of that, we need an awful lot of input from advisory boards, from real practitioners out in the field to give us proper input about what we're doing. So that means working with industry and commerce, but also getting people from industry and commerce to come in as practitioners to help with the education. Oh, and by the way, one of the things that we also have is, I mentioned protection for infrastructure. We have real hardware setups, like a sort of chemical engineering plant on a mini scale, so that students can really see what the impact is of what cybersecurity means in those particular environments. But yeah, I think it's very exciting to put it out to the students, but you've got to follow it up with real stuff that they can play with as well. So going out to do these competitions where you get up against, NSA provides problems, for example. There are certain companies that provide problems. We also have teams of our students as undergraduates going out to do risk analyses for various small-scale companies as well as larger-scale companies as well. That all feeds in to keep the excitement going.
And I'm going to jump to my next question based on what Samir and you said. So how can Houston area employers contribute to the discussion around cybersecurity and get involved with their concerns around their challenges and needs, and how do they communicate that to us as educational institutions? And I'm going to ask you, Mike, because to start out with that, because you showed a lot of statistics, and based on this discussion, you do a lot of that district level planning. So I'm going to start with you on this question.
Well, I think from our perspective, what we need the most is input from our community's employers, and that primary vehicle for that is our advisory board. Serving on the advisory boards allows us to know exactly where you're at and where our students need to go in the future. In addition to that, there's a huge need, obviously you guys know that, in the field right now to get more workers in the field. To that end, we've done several things in different sectors to pilot programs with employer partners to, anything from apprenticeships to dual credit, just to general partners coming into the classroom. Any way that we can get students to interface with the employer, we're all for it, and we want to invite you to come out. So I know these two guys down at the end of the table here would welcome anyone coming to their department.
So Tony, what kind of advisory boards do you rely on to change up your curriculum and give you good advice?
We have advisory boards at all levels. I have a college advisory board, we have departmental advisory boards, and we also have separate advisory boards for the individual programs as well. And they all feed into this, and every single level is sort of saying we need to include cybersecurity, right? And a lot of them were, in talking with them, yes, giving us some feedback. So we talk to them about what programs we're doing. They give us feedback immediately. But also they can step up immediately by offering internships. That's very, very important. And I'll also go on to say, to add to all this data we're getting, and what you mentioned right at the start, mentioned all these positions available in cybersecurity. In actual fact, the Greater Houston Partnership, I think, recently announced that they want between 5 and 10 times as many STEM-related graduates in the Houston area in the next 10 years. And I think one of the things that we're seriously looking at is that cybersecurity has to be an element in almost every different branch of STEM education.
So Stan, what's going on over at HBC with advisories?
I've always had a high regard for industry advisory boards, and when I came to HBU, they already had a board in place that was advising the president, and we've more than doubled that. We have about 75 members on our engineering advisory board, most of them executives, some of them at the CIO and CISO level, and we're engaging them in different ways. Some of them we're engaging through coming into class, guest lectures. We're building a network that can provide internships. We built our degree programs that require every student to have at least one internship before they graduate. We're trying to get ahead of that by building the network of partners that can provide that. And then we're consulting them on our outcomes, objectives, the requirements for internships. I made a subset of our board that is a council that dives a little deeper into the curriculum, into the projects and expectations for the courses. So at a high level and also at a curriculum or deep dive level, we engage the industry advisory board.
Yeah, I just want to add a point, which is in terms of making everybody aware on the campus that cyber is such an important thing. And it also makes it more exciting for our students when they're thinking about what branches to take, is when the FBI turn up and tell us that on campus, we've got a problem with cybersecurity, with foreign nations trying to get into our environments. So when they realize that and they think, oh, it's not just what we read in the paper, it's here on this campus, let alone business and industry, makes a big difference.
We do similar as well as with our advisory board, and we're working closely with Cyber Houston as well. We work with the Greater Houston Partnership. I think it's extremely important for us to be able to have that dialogue. We do a lot of tours at the institution, and we show the industry what we're doing.
I was going to say, one thing that I wish more larger organizations or companies would do, instead of just kind of cherry picking the candidates, why not be involved from the get-go, right? Let's partner up, let's build workshops, let's figure out what skills you need. And that's an issue that we have right now across the board. I mean, you name it, all the schools are trying to figure out how do we better skill assess, do better skill assessments, how do we upskill that way? So what does the candidate look like? So the thing with the community colleges and U of H and all those and the high schools is that there's a huge net that we have, right? We have an opportunity to really get all kinds of skills, and that's the thing, is the talent is out there. We're just not making that pathway. And I just want to share one great example that kind of goes back to the other discussion we had. So one of the 2 finalists that we have that's part of the Cyber Fast Track competition, the one that President Borillo mentioned earlier, with Jason Quick is one of the finalists. And the other student, his name is Mr. Adebi, and he's at A&M right now. I wish he was going to be here, but he's actually an electrical engineer major. He took a programming class at HEC. A professor told him about the Cyber Fast Track competition. So the Cyber Fast Track competition is basically a 3-phase deal. The first phase was to see, okay, cybersecurity, your thing, right? And so that was the hook for him. He figured out. So when I asked him, how did you get so good? And he said, I just love the challenges, the puzzles, the problem solving. And so now he's kind of like, he wants to double major, right? And so I think we need to be aware that just telling someone about opportunities goes a long way.
But also the salaries that you guys offer for cybersecurity graduates is a very good inducement.
So that kind of leads to my next question, actually. As I talked, I mean, you've talked about the challenges of keeping your faculty up to speed on cybersecurity, hiring good people, being able to get the students trained so that they're in industry, and then have to retrain them, right? So with the demand that we mentioned, and by 2022, the increase in the number of specialists, what are your plans for expanding your cybersecurity programs in the next 3 to 5 years to meet these industry needs? And I'll start with Tony.
Yeah, we realize that we need to do a lot more. So we're looking to hire more faculty in those areas. We're looking to create a complete bachelor's degree, which is more solidly covering cybersecurity, not just a track at undergraduate level. We could look to seriously increase the availability of our master's degree in that area so we can make it better available for full-time working professionals. And we're also looking to get a PhD program up and running in the next 15 months. But I also like to sort of say, to a certain extent, we've already mentioned that we're working very well with HCC and having a transfer of that. We need to branch out even further with the other schools in the area to make sure that we're collaborating as much as we can.
So the programs are transferable and they're...
Yeah, as much as possible. By the way, let me also make the point that as educational establishments in the higher education field, we're getting increasing problems with the nationalities of potential faculty and also with students.
So, Stan? Some thoughts on that?
So we're still a baby college, and we're still developing the programs that we started a couple of years ago. I do have my eye on the future, and a couple of things that makes sense for us to consider in the future. We started with engineering degrees. I think it might make sense for us to add something cyber-related that was not so heavily engineering based. And then HBU is originally and remains a liberal arts institution. And so I have in mind to get with our criminal justice program, our legal studies program, and the humanities faculty to find a way to build a cyber policy degree or a security policy degree, something like that. That makes sense to me for where we are and also where the needs are.
Definitely. And so, Mike, we at the district level, we're talking a lot about strategic planning and all the great things that go into that. How does this 3 to 5 year discussion here feed into how we are going to work as HCC at a district level to increase this program?
Yeah, I think one of the things we're looking at right now is how we take it beyond just the program. So we have a Center of Excellence in Public Safety. There's obviously a criminal justice element to that we need to make sure that those folks have access to some of this. Last week we were meeting on building automation for central AC units. Obviously, there's some implication there around cybersecurity. So we're looking at ways that we can bring this program into our other programs. And some of that, I believe, it can happen through our capstone classes and in projects that are assigned to students where they're working in groups together outside of their program to solve problems, which is another way that employers can inform our programming. If you have an issue that you're trying to field an answer for, these students are well capable of taking the time and effort to tease out the answer to those problems. So not only do we want your solutions, we want your problems as well.
Sean, anything to add?
Yeah, actually, we have been pushing towards going to niche areas. So, for example, we've been teamed up with David Vogel's area for automotive cybersecurity. And so their faculty and our faculty has met, and we're going to be building a new program for that. We are also looking at industrial control systems, at Northline campus as well. So one of the things I can tell you is the college presidents across district have been really great with us, and they've allowed us to expand their programs. Dr. Hodges is sitting here, and I just want to acknowledge him and say thank you for all the support we get from you. And we're expanding. So this year, we've done 6 full-time faculty, brand new full-time faculty. We've hired 18 adjuncts. Just to give you an idea, we have 31 full-time faculty and 100 adjuncts. So we've increased our enrollment. We've increased our number of sections. And because of that, we've been able to get support from district, which has allowed us more faculty.
And this is kind of a last question, and then I'm going to ask for some questions from the audience. But a lot of small businesses out here, people already have their degrees, they've got their masters, they have doctorates, they're not ready, they're not coming back. So how can we help industry with their cybersecurity needs and awareness outside those degree plans? How can we help them get to where they need to be more cyber aware, cyber secure? And I'll start with you, Sean.
Sure. So now the Center of Excellence is now also including continuing education. What we've been doing is we've been strategically adding new courses that deal with direct problems that you guys have. For example, Internet of Things, blockchain. We've now moved to these different topics, special topics, robot operating systems. These are all different areas. Samir, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, your application security, applied cryptology. We worked with the math department. That's really interesting, where a mathematician will teach half of it, and then we'll teach the applied way. That way, students are not confused with the math piece. But yeah, it's.
Dan, anything to add? Working with the community on any programs to help them
So
become more aware?
as I meet with the advisory board and the people in the industry, they express the need that you identified. And at HBU, I don't have a solution right now. If I met someone right now that was asking that question, I probably would refer to the master's degree at U of H. I know some of the faculty there, and I know they do a good job. Or I'd refer them to HCC, where there's a wide variety of courses, as they just mentioned.
Tony?
I mean, this thing about helping out with awareness, and we're doing a lot our faculty are doing a lot of that with even just doing brown bag lunches with companies, which then leads to more contacts. We do certificate programs which you don't necessarily have to have academic credit for, but it gives them the information that they need to follow on. We have graduate students, but also undergraduate students who go out, led by these faculty, to do security analyses of various companies, whether it be somebody like ExxonMobil or a small business around as well. So anything else that we can do like that, count us in. We're there to help.
Mike, anything?
Well, I would just say, since small businesses spend most of their time trying to grow their business and get the business off the ground, that if you rely on the folks up here to do the training and have a good relationship with them and seek out from them what you need on the recruiting side, that takes a burden off of your HR department and can allow you to grow your business in the way you need to.
Okay, I'm opening up to the audience. Is there any questions, except from Ravi? No questions from Ravi. But Ravi, what do you have?
Thanks. What about the MBAs that have business background but have businesses, owned a telecom or started a telecom company? What about those to be able to to credentialize them to teach those bachelors and masters? Because otherwise, you're not getting that holistic training. That
Robbie, you actually hit around the note, and we totally agree with you. That's why we just hired a full-time person as a PhD in physics for computer science. We agree with you.
And I'd also like to add, I think I pointed out during my presentation that we have faculty who are practitioners, ex-DOD, ex-State Department, etc. And we're also building up with the MBAs that cybersecurity should be part of the standard MBA program. Even if they're going into investment banking, they need to know and understand it. And we're also looking at the fact that we should make all of our STEM graduates have a program where they become at least aware of the issue of cybersecurity, even if they don't know how to solve it. They become aware enough to sort of say, I need to go and find some help to do with it. So a whole raft of different ways that we need to approach it, but basically I agree.
Just to add on to that, I think it's also a culture thing that we need to shift. We focus so much on either you have to have a computer science degree or you can't play, and that needs to change. And that has to start with being proactive and saying, look, a lot of smart people out there don't have degrees. A lot of smart people don't have computer science degrees, but understand what's going on, and we need to change that culture.
That last point is a very good point. I mean, you hear on the news about certain people who don't have even necessarily a high school graduate degree, who are experts in those particular areas. So we need to diversify how we're attacking this problem big time.
The good news is on the workforce side, we have a lot more flexibility. So this gentleman right here was the main reason why we were able to hire 18 adjunct this last fiscal year, because he lowered at least on the workforce side, the requirement is an AS required, but bachelor's preferred with 3 years of experience. So that allowed us to get a lot more talent. But the good news, though, we have so many faculty that have PhDs that are interested in teaching. So we're seeing this momentum that
Let me clarify something. We never lowered the standards. What we did is we emphasized on the skill sets. And we wanted to make sure that we picked people that had really good skill sets. And so therefore we weren't just focusing on the traditional PhD master's degree. We're also looking at their industry credentials and their certifications. At the end of the day, it's a workforce program. We want people to get a job.
Anything to add at the end of the table down there? Dan? Mike? Another question? Don't all jump at once. Come on. Zach, you have a question? No, good, okay. Yes.
And people, creativity, I hear that loud and clear. You know, you can have the technical skills, but you have to have the creativity as well.
I mean, that point is a very good one, an obvious one I mean, we are academic institutions, so we do have to have academic credentials. But where in all STEM disciplines, we have to have the input and the support of industry and commerce to provide the internships to make sure that they get the right experiences. And also by getting to know you a lot better, we can invite you into the classroom to give your view on all of these various things as well. So to a certain extent, it has to be a symbiotic relationship, just not one-sided.
Okay, so the question is, how do you see the influence of AI and machine learning on cybersecurity? Who wants to take that?
Probably all of us would answer that, and I want to answer with an anecdote. So when I moved to Houston 2 years ago to start this program, and I was trying to meet people, and the one person that the most people said you should meet was Umesh. I went to Umesh's office, and that was the first time I had a chance to tell him about what we were doing. And his number one recommendation back to me was make sure that you're including artificial intelligence, machine learning in the degree program. And we haven't reached the junior or the senior year yet in our baby degrees, but those are things that we will include. I've attended probably a dozen cybersecurity focused conferences just in Houston, just since I came here, oil and gas and other specialties, and they're all saying that we've got to have AI. So we're seeing that there are ways to build that into traditional courses, and there are ways to build courses just focused on that.
I can just add that I came to Houston 2 years ago as well, and I also know Umesh.
Good company. We're in good company.
Any other comments? Any other questions? Okay, any concluding remarks from anyone?
I do want to mention one thing, that these fine gentlemen up here from both Houston Baptist University and University of Houston, we've had a lot of closed-door conversations. We've shared a lot of our degrees and our degree plans. We work really closely together, and we're trying to make an impact for the entire Houston community. That's all I wanted to tell y'all.
That's the important thing. We're all working together on this. We collaborate.
Yeah, I don't know if you've had a chance to meet James over there from the career service, or if he was up here, but make sure that all of y'all connect into our career hub. It's where you have access to all of our students for any of your positions that you're trying to fill. There's a free service, and he would be happy to help you log in.
And remember, all of these institutions are looking for places for their interns. And so when you are looking for a position, for a part-time, or for a student that can come in and help you with your cybersecurity or some of your other needs, you need to make sure that you get these guys cards, because they can help you, and they can prevent. I just talked to Samir about getting 2 interns from my area, because cybersecurity is a huge need. And if I can help train people for the future, then that's something I'm going to do. And I recommend that you all contact the university or community college closest to you.
And I'd also add to that, I'm sure it's the same for all of us as well, that if you have employees that you would like to send over to us part-time to get more background information and get them up to speed in this, then that's another route.
That's great. Okay, we have 59 seconds left, and I don't want to keep anybody from their car. Oh. Right.
May I respond? We just want to let you know that we have 7 full-time women in computer science. We have a women in IT club, and we're part of SIMS. Dr. Nargis DeBerry is our point of contact. Be more than happy to let you know.
Also, my background, I mean, we have, in some of our departments at College of Technology and University of Houston, we have a diversity problem because there's only one man in that particular college, in that particular department. But that's an issue. We do have women working in cybersecurity. And also just, my background, my mother was an electrical engineer in the Second World War. My wife's an engineer. My 2 daughters are also engineers, so I sympathize with where you're coming from entirely. By the way, I also want to add one extra point, which we're having to increasingly address, which is cybersecurity. Yeah, big time, nationally, let alone company-wise. And we're having to consider more and more whether some of our faculty are going to need security clearances. That's going to get quite fruity.
Well, we're out of time, so I want to thank everyone for staying around. And if you need to talk to any of the panelists or me afterwards, we'll be sticking around for a little bit. But thank you.
Bill, and we've, I think, run very close to time. I think one of the things that cybersecurity people do is try to be punctual. And so I hope that's a good takeaway for you. We really want to thank HCC for giving us this opportunity for Cyber Houston to collaborate with HCC. Thank you to all the world-class speakers and members of the Cyber Houston founding team that have spoken today. Thank you, Dr. Hodges, for making this beautiful facility available to us. And thank you to the city and county for participating. With that, I want to thank everybody, and y'all drive safe and be very, very cyber aware. If you want to connect with Cyber Houston, please get involved and try to figure out how y'all can participate on the Cybersecurity Council and how we can better improve our region and the nation. Have a great day. Thank you. Bye-bye.